What's up, everybody? This is NFL Network's Adam Ray.
This is Only Fruit.
This is Matt Waldman.
This is Chris Zork from your Chicago Bears.
I'm Deanne Miller.
Dan Weeder.
Hey, my name's Rashad Whitfield.
I'm Courtney Cronin.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. Listen to me. You want to learn football? Listen to my guys, Phil and Shane.
Shane and Phil.
Shane and
Phil.
Oh, Phil.
On the Tape Never Lies Network.
On the Tape Never Lies Network.
Tape Never Lies Network.
The Tape Never Lies Network.
Tape Never Lies Network, home of the greatest Chicago Bears fans on earth.
The best draft coverage on the planet. Not even a doubt. Let's rewind it. Rewind.
David Kaplan, ESPN, the Cap Man, is joining us here on the network, breaking down the draft. Your gut feeling, who's it going to be?
That they make a trade, that they move up and they go get a quarterback. That's my gut feeling.
There you go. Dave, I can't thank you enough for that time out on your vacation.
Let's talk next week and we'll break down the whole draft.
That's what I want.
And if it goes the way we think, we'll all do it with scotch. So
I have an old fashioned sitting on my table right now.
Perfect.
You're the
Thanks
best,
so much,
Dave.
Cap.
All right, see you guys. Tell the kids hi.
I will. Kaplan from Florida on vacation just to kick off this draft coverage. Here we go. Here we go.
Boy.
Let's go, Pace.
Oh, man.
Listen, Mike Zimmer is the best thing to happen to us in this draft.
After reporting quarterbacks still on the board, it's time for one to be traded up for.
Here we
Chicago's
go.
trading up.
Yes!
What?
Oh my Here God. It is!
After just reported.
Here it is!
Oh, baby.
Let's go!
Oh.
Here we go, baby!
TTNL.
Adam Schefter just put it in.
Tape Never Lies Network. Whoa,
Baby, come on!
Oh, man.
Riley, I'm sorry I loved you. It's been great.
Here it is.
We've got some
You're
lovely
going to
party
New
gifts
York,
for
Riley.
you.
All right. Oh, my God.
Bears are on the clock with the Giants.
And now official. Here we go.
Oh.
Let's go, Bears
boy.
fans. This is what we've been waiting for. This is it right here.
If it's Mac
Sean
Jones,
Slater, come on down.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Connors, don't ruin this for me.
Please.
If they make a fucking trade for an offensive tackle here, I'm going offline.
I must break you.
I'm going offline.
Either one of these guys, I'm going to be happy with.
Meanwhile, listen, my favorite podcast outside of the Football Guys Network is the Tape Never Lies Network, which is Phil Odishian.
It's a Toshin. Rhymes with lotion.
And Shane Marsaw and their Bears folks. Oh, my God, what a great podcast. That's fun to be a part of. I'm sure they are losing their mind right now with the trading, but we'll see who the pick is. They liked Mac Jones, too, from studying the tape. But I bet they'd be happy with Fields here, too. So
It is Justin Fields, by the way. The pick is Justin Fields.
Sweet.
Tonight's going to be a big night, Phil, Shane, and the group.
It's just,
It's going to be Justin Fields.
Let's go.
The entire family was just outside of the living room.
We did it.
Out.
Here we go. The pick is in.
Oh, my God.
Let's go.
Is it Mac Jones or is it Fields?
It's Fields.
Is it
I'm
Mac
knowing
Jones
it.
or Fields? No one read their fucking tweets. Let's
I'm not.
react.
God. Shut off the chat. Shut it off. Round and round and round it goes.
Take it off. Take it off.
Get those off the screen.
Don't get Shane
I've
mad.
been waiting forever for this. We got.
Give me the fucking keys, you fucking cocksucker motherfucker.
I know it. I know who this is.
I've
we know
got the
it.
TV queued up.
It's
so
official. Chicago Bears select quarterback Justin.
get a quarterback.
Go check mommy. Make
They
sure I'm not
had
too
to
much
get a
trouble.
quarterback.
Oh my God.
There's a suitcase at the bottom of the stairs, Daddy.
Barlissimo, get
shit.
on the tape. Draft Mob just got fucking amazing.
I don't know. Draft Mob breaking down Justin Fields on
I'm
Sunday.
turning up my volume.
Wow.
Go check on it.
This is.
I got to hear this official.
Announcement for Dallas.
You did it, buddy.
Boy, how exciting is this? With the 11th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the My Chicago Bears select Justin Fields, quarterback, Ohio State.
It is official. It is official.
That's all that matters.
Look at this guy.
Oh,
he deserves it.
Buckeye.
Lord.
The Buckeye.
Somebody's
Wow.
getting great fun.
Can we get
Steven,
the
can I
Ohio
enter They did it.
What the fuck? Listen.
We're waiting.
Keep Rodgers. I don't want
Coming for you.
I don't want any excuses. I don't want any excuses. You know what? And I don't know if Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy wasn't there when the pick was made. But if Ryan Pace is now looking back and saying, like, you know what, I should have gone with Deshaun Watson, who people kind of forget, like, how great of a quarterback he's been. Patrick Mahomes, who's really benefited from being in Kansas City. If he looked at that and said, like, I want to rectify that mistake, that is perfectly fine with me. I know people like Mac Jones, and I think that he could be a good NFL quarterback. But I've been of the mind that Justin Fields went out there and proved himself in the Big Ten in big moments. He beat Trevor Lawrence. I want to start let's start going through that tape now.
Yeah.
Him smoking Trevor Lawrence and talk about how good he is. And now we finally get the quarterback who's fucking pissed that everybody was passing him up.
Yes.
Drafting.
Preach.
You want to
Preach
go?
it.
I hope Aaron.
Collaborate this. The Tape Never Lies network coverage of the NFL Draft starts now.
Give me some fucking names.
Draft day, round one. The pick is in. Intangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, pose on the chopping block. Pick smart, you maximize on your draft slot. Draft day, round one. The pick is in. Intangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, pose on the chopping block. Pick smart, maximize on your draft slot.
The tape never lies. Realize potential ain't the way to go. Always draft football guys. The game is one up front. Rebuild the lines. We trading up for a QB. Throwing down the best analysis out there, and there's no debating. Nerves on edge. Collab crew. Collaborating simple. Take the guy that takes his freaking head off. TTNL with the coverage. Ryan Pace got his get off.
The blog boys ride the nuts and study the swag. Flag route or the drag, we get to the bag. Left tackle or the slot, show me what you got. We need a guard and a cornerback with draft stock. Cream of the crop, last season was a flop. Protect Justin Fields in a 3-step drop. In the pocket, hits keep him ready for the sport. Even Flus told him get your track shoes if you want to run the north. Draft day, round one, the pick is in. Intangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, pose on the chopping block. Pick smart, you maximize on your draft slot. Draft day, round one, the pick is in. Intangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, pose on the chopping block. Pick smart, maximize on your draft slot.
Don't be bullshitting anybody. I'm telling you right now, you can't. Because it's going to show right up in that film, boy. Tape never lie.
Made that catch with those big old hands.
There's hope, guys. There's
Breaking
hope.
news. We're in the 2023 draft after that fucking open, Phil. YouTube comments are all over the place.
That's what we do here. We have to look back. How did we get here?
With Chip in, I love it.
I love it. We're here now, and guess what? The
we made
Bucks are on the clock. We made it. We made it. You're on the air, George.
Baby.
We got it, everybody
You're
here.
on the air, baby.
Yes, you are. What's up, everybody? It's actual Christmas Day now for the Chicago Bears here. Obviously, the boards are set up to where these guys could possibly go round and round. The rumors are out there.
Let's fucking hope. Let's hope.
Well, we need Gary Williams to help us. What up, Crewbies? All of you out there. There's a lot of things to get into. Obviously, Bearlissimo in the house tonight. What is up, George? What's your gut right now, George? You're feeling down?
Trade back.
Trade back?
Yeah, I think all signs point to a trade back at this point. I mean, the amount of corners that are on the board still, the edge guys that are still available, there's wide receivers that are there, there's linebackers, and quarterback needy teams are going to need to get ahead of Seattle as well. So I think all signs point to us moving back, and I am absolutely fine with that.
Yeah, I think you're going to see a trade back too. That's
Cars and I.
The Kobe Dean.
Hell no.
Rumors.
Rumors. I love Nakobe Dean, but
I mean, decent player. But
are you looking at how your board is, or are you looking and we mocked him, and so did you, Shane.
Yeah.
When he fell on our patron side, because this is an elite player. He's not.
Yeah, but there's
I think he's better than Roquan.
There's
but
reasons.
I guess his injuries.
That's the big thing. Albert Breer sent out a tweet just a little while ago, and he kind of expects Nakobe Dean to require pec surgery after his rookie year, and that's something that we've already been through with Roquan.
He went through
obviously.
it with Roquan. They got in a car and told Ogunjobi he has to leave with an injury. That just doesn't make sense to me. If you know that someone's needing surgery, I don't see the draft. I just don't see.
Well, I think they're saying that they're expecting him to play through it this season, and he'll require it after his rookie year, is the way that the wording was.
How is that even in this realm of? It's like, don't worry about that leak in the basement.
Well, yeah, and I mean, you talk about.
We'll get to that later.
Talk about taking a risk, but yeah,
exactly. That's a huge risk, especially think about how many stack and sheds, Bearlissimo. When you're putting your hands up there, those guards are coming out at you. Your freaking
pec is going to take it all the time.
Oh my God.
Linebacker, it's one of the most common injuries is bicep and pec. That's the two.
Exactly.
So the pick,
upper body, that's where it is.
The pick is in. There's been a lot of talk. Logan Hall is going to be the guy. I don't have the pick yet, but there's been a lot of talk connecting Logan Hall there.
That is Carr's pick from last night. Carr's went and said that's where he thought, right? That they were
and it is now official. Logan Hall is a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. This is a guy that we had talked about. Could he be a potential DeForest Buckner type for Matt Eberflus? We talked about this live on the air last night, that this would be a guy that was completely in play. I think the other guy that they're potentially looking at would be corner. George, you talked
Shane,
about.
I don't know if you knew this. It's Logan Hall.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to chatting 5 minutes time. That tells us it's Logan Hall. That'd be
bullets. Where are you?
We're covering the draft, Alex H. In Canada, you're about 7 minutes behind. Shane, we got Chris Jackal doing all the shit. He's stepping up like Tom Brady in the pocket. You got AB in the house in the background. Alan Bratcher. Don't forget the R, motherfucker. Alan Bratcher. You saw in the open, Adam Rank, Kaplan, all these guys are going to be coming on the show tonight. We got a trade apparently going down right now. A trade has happened before you put it in the chat, guys. We know about the trade.
Packers are on
Packers. getting up there. They're identifying
where they go wide receiver.
For
Yeah.
and Rice.
My call would be there. This is where George's guy
Pickens
comes off the clock. Would be my
Pickens or Watson. I can see Watson being the guy because he's a natural replacement for MVS.
What is up with the Minnesota Vikings making the in-division trades?
Dude, they
GM. Got fleeced so fucking bad.
You have an
Detroit
analytical blog boy nerd as your GM. This is the kind of shit you do.
They hired John Wood? What?
I'm just telling. I don't know.
Oh, are we live?
Yes, we are.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was rude.
Dude, the Minnesota Viking fans, I don't know how you could pretty this pig up because it ain't pretty.
Christian Watson. It's Christian Watson.
There he goes. Christian Watson.
I'm fine with that.
I am absolutely fine with that.
I'm fine with that.
Really
I'm fine with that as well.
There's
my guy's still out there.
Guy has more drops than touchdowns in college at North Dakota.
As we did for the patrons, and I encourage you to sign up right now because you're going to be able to get all that historic stuff. As we covered on his collegiate tape, not particularly sudden away from the line, struggles with press, not particularly sudden into or out of breaks at the top of the stem. Great at going downfield, great at going up high, pointing the ball, physical after the catch, good effort blocker, all of that sort of stuff. But there's too many warts, and for anyone to take him on the basis of what he did at the Senior Bowl when he had that carrot of a check, an NFL check on his production, well, why wasn't he doing it in college? Could it be the NFL coaching? Could it be the fact that he's got a check at the end of it? And what kind of a player is he going to be after you pick him?
Listen,
is every Bears fan running to Peter Bukowski's Twitter timeline right now to see him, he praise about his Packers after last night?
Well, Packers have replaced Marquez Valdes-Scantling with Marquez Valdes-Scantling. It's
inconsistent hands. He did have piss poor quarterback play.
Oh, absolutely.
At North Dakota State. But like I said last night, the reason why I took Pierce in that discussion over Watson is because I feel like Pierce is completely more physical. He's a better blind physical at the route, so he could box out like a power forward. Where this guy is like
2 second rounders to Minnesota in this trade up.
That's great value for the Vikes here. I mean,
this is an Aaron Rodgers appeasement. This is Aaron Rodgers getting a guy that he wants to go deep.
Let's do this real quick before these picks start rolling in. Phil, I'm going to start with you. Then we'll go to me, and then we'll go to George. Based on the guys that are out there right now, you tell me your gut feel for pick 39.
I honestly have no clue what this guy.
Okay, well, that's not going to work. We're going to need a name.
Me or him? You're asking
Malik Willis.
Where do you think the Chicago Bears are going to go at pick?
I think they're going to go 3 technique because Larry Ogunjobi was their big focus signing in free agency. They got balked on based on his medical. He did the right thing. And then what are you going to do? You're going to now make that replacement. What did Ryan Pace do? He replaced his misses with free agency. Now here, this GM is going to have to replace a free agent miss that was out of his control with somebody in the draft. That's my gut. I think Perrion Winfrey is going to be your guy, or what's his name? The other 3 tech, Logan Hall's going. The kid from Texas A&M. They might like Leal. Thank you, George. You could see Leal jumping in there and getting himself ready. That's what I think would happen. You never know. But McCreary is off the board.
Yeah.
There's somebody.
There was a lot of talk that Tennessee may go quarterback, but they go corner.
They go corner, not quarter. Listen, last year, as we saw in the open, I asked this guy that we love, what are they going to do? I think they're going to trade up and get themselves a quarterback. Well, if I had a first-round pick, I would draft this guy. Let's bring him out right away. He's going to say hi to George in person from across the pond. There he is, the Cap Man. What is up, Dave?
I love that.
What
Dave.
up, gentlemen? I just watched the Packers zoom up to 34 to get Christian Watson. So
that was appeasement of Aaron Rodgers, right, Dave?
Yeah, they had to get a receiver, and I really like that kid. So I think that's a really good pick. George, what's up, kid?
I'm good, Cap. All the better for seeing you. If we can get that comment off, let me move me over there, and let's get you to the right.
George, I got it. You
do it.
There you go.
It's good to see the Packers have replaced Marquez Valdes-Scantling with Marquez Valdes-Scantling. It's that's a great pick for me.
This kid's a better player than Marcus Valdes-Scantling. Not great. He's a good player.
Well,
yeah, I mean,
more
he's
drops
shown
than
promise.
touchdowns, and
Yeah,
that's
16 drops, 14 touchdowns in North Dakota. Listen, he's got a lot of the traits you want, but man, I want to see some better hands. That's, Matt Waldman was on with us talking about John Mechie. He's got a lot of things that you want with his work underneath, but he literally changes his handwork seemingly on every reception, and that's an issue, man.
Good to be with you guys.
Oh my
Looking
God, I'm
forward to it,
excited.
Cap.
What are you
Great
thinking,
to see you,
Cap?
Cap.
Last year you predicted it correctly. Trading up, you were in Florida at a restaurant. You even left your drink on the table.
Shop City Grill.
Yes. First of all, I miss you, bro. I'm so glad that you jumped on tonight.
I'm glad you asked me.
Of course, bro. It's not draft without you on it. I mean, last time you came on. Oh yeah, we have to turn your screen, Cap, because your mother company
the broadcast is on.
It might hit us the other way. There you go. They might hit us with a copyright because.
All right.
Oh, I would be like, listen, your employee had it.
So
on
the pick is in for the New York Jets have traded up, and they just took running back Breece Hall.
There you go.
Way too early. Best back in the draft, but he's too early for me.
I predicted. I thought he was going to be the Bears wild card pick tonight. That would make me go, oh my God, what are we doing? And he's off the board, so that is off the table for my nerves right now.
No, that's not going to happen for the Bears. Are you?
So
kidding?
what do you think's going to happen, Mr. Nostradamus over here?
Look, I gotta plug my computer in here so I don't run out of juice.
You got more energy than anyone I know. So how?
Here's what I think's going to happen.
Yes.
I think they have got to take the best player on the freaking board. Period. And you can't tell me that there won't be a best player on the board at either offensive line, safety, cornerback, interior defensive line, rush defensive end. Come on, man. There's got to be some dude high up on their board at one of those, wide receiver at one of those spots.
Yeah, I agree. I just predicted because of Larry Ogunjobi and that situation that transpired, I think they're looking at 3 technique here, a defensive tackle. I think that's what they're going to pick here, unless there is a trade back. But that's my prediction.
Yeah, I think agree. First and foremost, I think they're going to be looking to move. I think Poles wants more. My gut is if they stay, I think they're going local. I felt like it for a while. I think Alec Pierce is going to be the guy.
I would
my issue.
Pierce here.
My issue, if you're talking 3 tech at this point, is that there is a significant drop off from the 3 techs that have already gone, and you can get similar level guys later in the draft to what you would be able to get with what's left on the board at this point with 3 techs. So for me, it's definitely looking at moving back, unless you say the wide receiver it's our guy, we've identified him, and that would be, for me, that would be Alec Pierce. Or Pickens. I mean, I've been a fan from Pickens for God knows how long now.
I just called the high school basketball doubleheader. LeBron James' kid was in the one of the games. And the team he played here, Alec Pierce's brother, was one of the players in the game. Very athletic. And I talked to some people there. They said Alec wants to be a Bear in the worst way.
Has he got as good? Does his brother have as good?
We have a pick in the Houston Texans just selected safety Jalen Petrie.
That's a good pick
from Baylor.
That's great for the Texans defense under
Lovie Smith.
He's
loves
a perfect
those
fit.
safeties, George.
Okay, so you still have the Washington corner is on the board still.
And Clemson.
Yep, and
the
Andrew
Clemson corner.
Yep.
Yeah, our guy was McCreary, and he went. But my personal pick would want Alec Pierce.
Yeah, that's my dude. Because of the off field stuff with Pickens. I mean, for me, Pickens on the field, he's the dude. He's an alpha on the field. But and there is, like I say, with Pickens, is some of it a case that Justin Fields is going to petition for him, given that he spent a lot of time with Pickens in the Cam Newton camps and that they're friends off the field. So is that going to play into it, or is it a case of we're going to go for the best wide receiver in terms of knowing what we're going to get, and what we're going to get if we get Pierce is a 6'3" version of Darnell Mooney, an aggressive blocker, a good go up and get it guy, an excellent, efficient route runner in terms of his release from the stem.
I'm glad George changed his tune, guys, because I fought him all offseason about his Pickens guy, and now I got him convinced. I think all three of us now are for Alec Pierce.
So let's ask Cap about this rumor from Tony Pauline. Tony Pauline reporting that the Bears fully intend at either 39 or 48 to go linebacker. If Nakobe Dean is available at 39, he'll be the pick. If he is not, they will flip back around at 48 and hope that Asamoah, the linebacker, is available at 48.
Falcons are on the clock. They're just traded up.
Look, Nakobe Dean is a really, really good football player.
Yes.
We've got holes everywhere.
Yeah,
George is telling me if things break right, they're winning 10 games. George, what are they serving over there in England in the fish and chips?
I'm telling you, addition by subtraction. Nagy's gone. We're going to win at least another 4 games.
No chance.
I
if
had
not blown the roster up, maybe.
I had your boy Dan Wiederer on.
That's my guy.
And me and him, I forewarned him. I go, I'm a Cap guy. So I
Giants have traded back again. This could be quarterback in play here for the Falcons.
So Falcons are on the board.
I think so. I think this is going to be
Corral.
Willis.
You're thinking Willis? I'm saying Corral
on that turf and that offense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get the Jets pick at 37?
Yeah, they took Breece Hall, the running back. Yeah,
the running back.
Yeah. So Ritter is tied to the quarterback. This is
Ryan Pace's. He's drafting again for Atlanta. So who fits the Ryan Pace row? Yeah, but they're all together.
I don't know.
Bill Emery, Ryan
Pace
Pace are all in Atlanta. So I'm going to say.
What cars do they drive, Phil? Because that's going to be important.
Probably they're going to discover what they drive, Cap. And that's where they'll pick. Whoever's driving a Camry out of those quarterbacks is anyway. Let's move on. Cap, this kid right here, Alec Pierce in the backyard, you call an athlete. The Bears have a huge need at receiver. They didn't sign any of them. They also went out of their way to get Larry Ogunjobi signed. Winfrey or Pierce. Right here is my pick. Both kids are from Illinois and the Chicagoland area.
Pass rusher Ebiketie goes to
Penn State.
Ebiketie.
From Penn State.
Yep, correct.
That's my guy, man. That's a good pick.
This is falling perfectly
for the Bears.
Chicago Bears.
My friend Clay Harbor, who played 8 years in the league and then was on Bachelorette.
Oh yeah,
He
jumped the fence.
Bears got to take Pickens if he's there.
Oh.
Here's the thing. Your first pick you ever make is a character risk.
That's the concern. I
The
was saying
Bears
that
are
last night.
officially
We're on the clock
clock.
with David Kaplan. If you're just tuning in, it's Tape Never Lies Network with probably one of my favorite people in this great country.
All right, Cap, make your call right here.
Make your call, Cap.
I'm going
Are
to
they
say
staying?
they take the cornerback
Oh.
from Washington.
Oh,
That's my prediction.
Let's go around the horn here, George. Give me what you got.
If I'm Poles, I'm trading back. There's going to be a QB needy team that needs to get ahead of
Oh,
Seattle.
I'm with you,
so
George.
I'm
do that.
I'm going to pitch that.
If you had to pick a guy, though, George, play the game with us.
Pierce.
There you go.
I'm taking my guy at wide receiver, and I'm not thinking about it.
So you would
No
take
more
Pierce
Pickens.
over Pickens.
You gave up on your boy.
Not in terms of the player on the field, but the concerns off the field is what drops him behind Pierce. And Pierce is so good off the line, in and out of his breaks, his hands, his blocking. He fits the West Coast offense perfectly, and he's a big go up and get it guy, and he's quick. So he gives you downfield threat. He gives you move the sticks. He's got a massive catch radius. So yeah, that would be the dude. That I would go to.
Isn't this feeling fantastic when they're on the clock?
They're on the clock right now. Cap's looking at his phone. I'm here. I'm going with George here. My pick would be Alec Pierce here.
Yep.
Solidify a guy opposite Darnell Mooney. Big play receiver. Cap, you're smiling. Do you have an inside source?
Now, I've been looking to see if I'm getting a text because sometimes I do. Now, Jacoby Dean is still sitting there.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
No,
Let's
Cap.
see if you're right.
Uh-oh, Cap. Shane, who you picking? Pierce.
I am.
Right?
My first order of business is to try to bail out for somebody that wants a quarterback ahead of Seattle. But then, yes, if I'm sitting, I'm taking Alec Pierce.
So here we go. The Bears are on the clock.
He's one of our 30s as well. Alec Pierce is one of our 30 visits.
Yes.
And that's a huge thing. Now, Alec Pierce grew up a Packer fan, so it's interesting that Kaplan has some inside that he wants the Bears. So that, to me, in and above itself, has some good mojo on this situation. And I am getting nervous. Come on, Poles. This is where you define who you are. This is where you refresh Twitter like 500,000 times. Right? Phil, we got it.
I don't have the pick yet. I just wanted to get you fired up, bro.
What if it said Chicago selects Malik Willis, quarterback?
Oh, God. Don't
my
do that to
God.
me.
I think I would die. I would die. Last year, the elation when Justin Fields was traded up for, we thought of you in that moment, and we were heartbroken
They're
by
using up time, man.
the
They
collaboration
gotta be trading.
crew.
That gotta be the trading.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because you've waited, what, 24 hours?
Pick is in.
Oh, the pick is in, Cap. There is no trade.
It is cornerback Kyler Gordon.
Bam!
There it is.
Cornerback Kyler Gordon.
Cornerback David Kaplan. 2 years in a row. 2 years in a row. He has
This is a kid that wasn't expected to be there. Were you expecting him to be here, George?
I was not.
First round.
First round
guy. I didn't see him
my.
getting out of the 20s. So
Cornerback Kyler Gordon.
For weeks, Phil. How long have we been telling? I'm sure Bears fan Twitter is in full blown meltdown
everybody.
mode.
Warned everybody and their brothers.
I fully expect Pierce at the 48 pick now.
Kyler Gordon, my father is elated for the Bears. He said, Philip, I don't care what you say. The kid from Washington's the best corner in this draft.
Okay.
That Coach O, I got to get him on the air with you someday. Cap.
I cannot wait. Once I get done with you guys, my wife ordered sushi. I got a bottle of wine upstairs, and I'm going to sit and read Twitter and watch people freak out that we took a corner.
Hey, you called it again. You said that was your gut, that they're going to go corner here. Jackal, our producer, shaking his head, disappointed. Shane, what are your thoughts here?
I'm not sure. I would have went Pierce, but I'm not. Listen,
the value is too high. If you can,
they have done nothing at corner. Nothing. Right. You're putting all the pressure in the world on Thomas Graham. Not saying that he can't do it, They
What, are you
picked-
not
they-
a Kindle Vildor guy?
Well, no.
I
well,
like him in the
I actually
nickel.
like
I'm a
I
Thomas,
look him
I'm a
inside.
Thomas Graham guy.
Yeah, I'm a Thomas Graham guy too, but you can never have enough of these guys that they pulled Tavon Young, out of the scrap heap from Baltimore, a guy that can't stay healthy because that everybody knows that nickel role is going to be vitally important for Eberflus. But I'm not surprised here, Phil, whatsoever. We talked about it time and time again. I know everybody wanted offensive lineman or wide receiver, and at this point in the draft, I'm assuming they had a very high grade on Kyler Gordon with some of these wide receivers that are still available. And at this point, you can't pass up extreme value like that.
What I like about Gordon is take the ball away guy. That's what you get with him that you don't get with Jalen Johnson.
I wish I could bring my dad on because that was his exact quote. This is the best corner in the draft. He's a big Patriots fan, Cap. And he was like, I hope the Patriots get this kid from Washington. That's the guy, the Chicago. This is a first-round talent, as George said. Big-time ball hawk. I mean, he has the ball skills, George, when the ball is in the air. You're going to cover 2, right? You're going back to the Lovie Smith scheme. So you're going to be looking for a guy that's able to track, understand route, and this kid is not afraid to take chances. He's physical as well.
So explain to me what your dad thought of the offensive lineman that the Patriots took last night.
He loved him, actually. And we had an interview with Cole Strange. These two actually did here on the network. And you're talking about a kid that has what Ryan Pohl said. He's nasty. A prick. He is a prick. And he's going to be in your face all game. Him and the offensive tackle from Northern Iowa are two of the biggest pricks in this draft, we're going to call them, because they fight to the whistle and they try to embarrass you. This guy, Cole Strange, is a tough guy. And, Bill Belichick, I think he has a pretty good track record of finding and using offensive linemen. Offensive linemen.
They've got a great lineman coach as well, haven't they? Great offensive line coach.
Oh, my God. Talk about blocking and being able to understand their ecstatic ability to protect. Think about this. Mac Jones was my guy last year, Cap. You think you're seeing a head coach over there build to protect their quarterback and get the run game going. Cole Strange not only is that name great for football, Strange. It's going to be interesting to see what he does there. But he was happy about that pick. But I'm not upset about this pick. I wanted Alec Pierce.
Maybe you still can get Alec Pierce.
Exactly. 48's around the corner, right? We're here with the Cap man.
You had to get a starting level cornerback. You had to.
Well, you look up, Jamison Williams is now in Detroit. They brought over the kid in free agency from Jacksonville in free agency. You see the wide receivers in Minnesota with Justin Jefferson. Yeah, DJ Chark, but Justin Jefferson in Minnesota. Green Bay just made the move for Christian Watson, and obviously they're a little bit depleted there, but Aaron Rodgers is going to make a lot of guys look much better than they are. And when you're the Chicago Bears, listen, I love Jalen Johnson, but let's not pretend that the kid hasn't had 4 shoulder surgeries. So at any second, that can become an issue again. And Phil, as a football coach, George, you played too. Can you have enough of these guys cover corners when you're in the NFL?
No,
this is an elite athlete. I mean, quickness, you got the leaping ability. What do you need in zone concepts? He's a natural, instinctive corner. You get smart football players with IQs at corner, we could see the turnover. What are they preaching over there, Cap? They're preaching hustle.
Yes.
This kid loves the game of football. There's a reason why Coach Atoshin Sr. wanted this guy, because you could see how much he loves the game of football.
Senior knows his football.
Oh yeah, and And listen, if it was another pick, I wouldn't bring it up, but this is a true story. I'll make sure we get him on the show tomorrow, and I'm sure he'll talk about it. This kid, I get what they're doing. What did Lovie Smith do? He's a cover 2 guy of the disciple of this. What did he do yesterday? He went with the 3rd pick of the draft and took Stingley Jr.
Well, they got another corner too, and then they just got it. They just took a safety.
So they're rebuilding their whole secondary. Exactly. So
Lance Zierlein did a 2nd round mock draft for the Bears, and at 39 and 48, he had the Bears going Roger McCreary at 39, who wasn't available. The Bears take Gordon. He had the Bears coming back around at 48 and taking safety Brisker to revamp.
Yeah, I gotta think they're going off.
I totally agree, Cap. I
agree with you, Cap.
They're either going Alec Pierce, Sky Moore out of Western Michigan. I've heard buzz on his name. I don't see a scenario where they're taking a safety.
Yeah,
no.
I hope not. I hope not. I hope not.
If they take a safety. Well, listen, if you're new to TTNL, the Tape Never Lies Network, last year, if you saw and watched the Open, David Kaplan from Florida at a restaurant decides to go outside, jump on this show because he is TTNL family and royalty here. Let's be honest. And he called
everybody knows Kyler Gordon is at the draft and is walking up on the stage.
Here he is. Now. A nervous wreck.
He's a sophomore as well, isn't he? So he's younger as well.
Yeah, he was born in he's 22. So he must have been a red shirt because I believe he's December of 99.
Oh my God.
He's born.
So
Matt Forte and the comedian we're calling what's that comedian? The Italian dude.
He's a great dude.
You got to get Olin on the phone, Cap. He's a Washington guy. Maybe he's got some intel for us.
Yeah.
Who's the lady with the purple hair with our draft pick?
It's his mom.
I'm way behind.
Is that his
I
mom?
think that's his mom. Yeah. The kid, you can see him here coming off the edge. You could see him read. Look at him play the edge. That's the kind of guy you want. You want to be a physical defender against the run. You know, Eberflus is all about this kind of defensive back. I wish, I wasn't streaming it, so I'm so
telling
probably
you, this kid's going to be a damn good player. I'm telling you.
There, look at Cap. Cap, you're going to be reading a lot of negative stuff. I don't know, Jackal. How is the chat room going,
I hope
Jackal?
he takes that number 2 jersey.
How's the chat room
Big
going,
fan
Jackal?
of that.
People are, they're on the fence. People like the swagger, they like the confidence, but it's not what was expected. But nonetheless, I think you have you have people looking forward to having some guys that can play some actual defense back there on the back end. And the comments are they're starting to sway as we talk. So I think people are calming down. We're breathing. Paper bags are out. They're doing what they need to do to calm down.
He and Jalen Johnson together, pretty good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're getting a young kid. He is definitely not a slot nickel corner. That is going to go filled by Kendall Vildor. This kid is a outside
He's a ballerina. Corner. Is that what they're just showing?
Yeah. He dances. He has a dance background.
So
the kid is a
bring Jackal. Jackal can talk on being a ballerina. You want to bring Jackal back out for that?
One of the things that Kyler Gordon did have as
Seattle
well.
just picked defensive end boy Mafe. So now their next pick, I think, my guess for them is going to be Desmond Ridder is completely in play here. That's been the quarterback that's been tied to them lately.
Willis is still sitting there though.
Yeah, word is they like Ridder.
Drop.
I'm
the
not
thing about Willis. I
Willis
was
fan.
not a fan. I'm a bigger fan of Coral than I am of Willis. I have Ridder right after Coral. I had our guy, Pittsburgh Steeler. Is Mitch Trubisky the Mike Glennon for the Steelers?
Yeah, that's what a lot of people are saying.
Somebody said Mitch had him turn off the TVs at Heinz Field last night after that pick.
Yeah. You guys did what?
Cap, talk about it though. Talk a little bit about, obviously, you're in the belief that this team is in the dumps. And Dan Wiederer, known as the wet blanket of the Chicago Bears hype train, he is even against you there. It's the first time I've ever disagreed with Cap and agreed with Wiederer
in the positive as well.
Yeah, I can't. I couldn't believe he's like, Cap's telling me, and you are defending Cap, Phil, and he's telling me this is going to be a 3-win team. And I go, 3 wins? This team.
I said anywhere between 3 and 5 wins. And I got Carlissimo floating over on direct message at me going, Cap, 10 wins, I'm telling you. Break right now.
Uh-oh, George. That's public knowledge now, George.
Here we go, George.
I'm telling you.
Ratcher, get that graphic.
They're going to be closest
to Chicago area.
They're going to be closer to 10 than they are to 5. Put it that way.
I believe.
No chance.
I'm absolutely nailed on, Cap.
I believe Matt Nagy wins 8 games. He is the worst coach I've ever seen, Cap. You and I have talked. I think George is right here. You have a team that's going to play hard. That's all I want. I think you're going to see more. Listen to this. I'll say this to see if I sway you here. The best Chicago Bears football game last year and the last 3, in my opinion, was the night that the whole secondary was out and all those young, hungry motherfuckers are out there.
Graham looked like he was
exactly.
And then they fucking benched him the next
and
game.
then they bench him the next week. This is the freaking team that we could, me and you were laughing, Cap. Like, we couldn't make up the stupidity. It was like the 3 Stooges all of a sudden were hired. Larry, Moe, and Curly, and it's true. Now they had to bring in Bill Polian, a real comedian, a real football guy, to help iron this out.
Wow.
I definitely think you're seeing a 7
Seahawks
win.
pick is in. They go running back.
Michigan
Kenneth
State.
Walker.
My number 1 back right there.
Man,
Kenneth Walker.
Penny blew up at the end of the year this year, going like 150 plus every game. They took him in the first round, and now they're coming back. That's
Schneider has
Schneider
has a different way of thinking.
Walker is a good player, but
do you remember when they picked Penny? And I'm like, what? Who
Only
was
like
the other
3
back
years
they
ago,
picked?
wasn't it?
Yeah. Who was the other running back they picked, guys?
Oh, God, Penny, you're talking Chris Carson?
Carson.
Yeah, they have so they have Carson, Penny,
back.
and now a guy at number 41 overall.
And they picked a weird pick. What was the other weird pick? I didn't even have him in my top 60, and they picked. I forget who that was, but I agree with Cap here. 2 years in a row, this guy has come on these airwaves, and this isn't smoke. We have video evidence of it. We started the show with you, Cap, predicting. And now tonight, you said cornerback. You said, did you have some inside information? Is there any insider trading?
He looked at the roster, dude. Come on. It's not let's be honest. Jesus.
Wow. I was hoping my guy
anybody should be
foot
shocked.
fell.
Phil, you honestly, you can't be shocked that they went corner. I mean, we've talked about it repeatedly here.
Shane, no, you talked about it. Let's give credit to this network. You said Phil and Cap, Shane, the smartest man. Phil, are you going to be surprised if they take a corner? I said, no, I don't want them to take a corner. I want a receiver for Justin. But tonight they did what Cap said. They went the best player available. This is a first round talent that you got there.
Let me ask you something. What do you guys do? George, what if they're sitting there at 48 and Nakobe Dean is still on the board?
I still pass.
Oh, my God.
I wouldn't take him into
that report by Breer. I didn't read that to you, did I, Cap?
No.
Read him the report from
Albert Breer. Let me just go
This
back
is how
to
he
that.
changed me around. Because I would say Nakobe Dean. I had a better grade on Dean than I did on Roquan. That's how much I believe in Nakobe Dean.
A lot of questions on Georgia linebacker Nakobe Dean, and it is very straightforward. Laundry list of injuries in college: ankle, foot, shoulder, wrist. Pec and groin were both hurt before pro day. Pec looks very likely to need post-rookie season surgery knee has shown signs of wear and tear.
I'm done. I'm out.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
that's what he does. That's what he did to me.
Well, a lot of it, 2 points. So you saw his teammate, you saw his running mate, Quay Walker, ended up in Green Bay. I mean, if you're watching in season, Walker's fantastic, but I mean, Nakobe Dean was the captain. He was the guy. But
yeah,
guys, we're 6 away. Indy's on the clock here with about 2 minutes 45 seconds left. Quarterback could potentially be in play here if they're going to finally pull the trigger here on a quarterback.
Indianapolis.
So Dane Brugler just tweeted this, and Adam Johns retweeted it. Kyler Gordon, how many penalties was he responsible for the last 2 seasons?
0.
That is correct.
Same amount
of 1.
Same amount of touchdowns he gave up in 18 games. 0.
How many forced fumbles was he responsible for the last 2 seasons?
4.
Well, Charles Tillman's going to double that for him. Isn't he coming to
he's
minicamp?
going to come speak. Yes, he's going to come speak.
Is he going to come as an FBI agent or as a football guy?
That is an interesting question.
Pringle's there. He might come as both, right, Cap?
Vikings are trading up again. The Vikings.
They're getting a quarterback.
And their analysts.
Quarterback.
Vikings are going QB.
You got one in your pocket.
They talked earlier that they're tied to a Jabo, the kid with the Achilles that was the top 15, top 20 pick out of Michigan.
This could be a Jabo then. I'm interested.
David Ajabo?
Yeah.
Yes. The pass rusher. The guy they left on the ground when he got hurt. That was the most embarrassing.
Sucks. They've got to draft a quarterback.
I am totally with you, but we don't want to help them. We don't want to help them, Cap.
They just got done helping Green Bay.
They've helped everybody in the division. They've helped Detroit. That's what happens when you hire a statistician.
It looks like Chat's just caught up with the fact the Packers have just they've signed Watson.
Listen, I don't care. I believe what David Kaplan said. You got to pick the best player on their board, and this kid's a first-round talent. And you see what he is. You put him opposite Jalen Johnson.
Please take Sam Howell.
The pick is in. Minnesota has just taken cornerback, George, your guy from Clemson.
Oh,
yeah.
Andrew
there
Booth.
he is.
I had a
better grade on
Lance
our
Briggs
corner.
weighing in. I like the first draft pick in the new era.
There you go. Lance Briggs would know. Cover 2 defense. Let me tell you that.
Gordon is a better fit for cover 2 than
totally
Booth
agree.
would be. Absolutely.
Gordon is more aggressive.
Physically.
And Kyle Fuller
and
had
has a much more
type of physical
extensive
Let me
injury
read
history.
you guys a stat that's going to blow your mind.
Go ahead.
Top 35 picks in the NFL draft since 2016. Nebraska's had 0. Texas, 0. Tennessee, Minnesota, Oklahoma State all have had 1. Wisconsin, 2. Michigan State, 2. North Dakota State, 3.
Wow.
How about that?
North Dakota. This is a testament, Dave, to the reality of you can play football and be found no matter where you go. And all of those programs, whether you see these 4-star, 5-star recruit, this, that, it's what you do in the privacy of your work to get to this level of football that matters. Walter Payton had said, and I'm paraphrasing, it's what you do when no one's looking that matters most. That is why you see that kind of stuff. Dave, are you excited about Justin Fields?
Yes.
Coming in with Getsy.
I mean, I don't know enough about Getsy. I'm a Justin Fields guy. I am.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Now, again, I think their offense is not going to be very good this year, but it can't be worse than it was last year. Like, you literally
exactly.
If Matt was sitting here with us, I would literally say to him, Saturday night before the Browns game, did you tell your offensive staff, I want to get the shit beaten out of this kid because that's the only possible reason for that game plan.
It was the biggest showcase of neglect I've ever seen a coach do to a young football player. That's like having a freshman quarterback in high school.
Wow,
putting him out there.
Massive reach by the Giants.
And trying to allow him to win the game.
Wandale Robinson.
Oh,
the receiver.
But
wow.
Cap,
Yes.
you'll like this one too. Do you guys know who was named special teams MVP in Washington the last 2 years?
Yeah, Kyler Gordon.
Yeah, special teams MVP.
By the way, how is your son?
He just walked out. He wanted to come over and see Cap real quick. He's doing great. We had 90-day scan on Wednesday. Got the all clear again. So
God
every
bless
90
him.
days we get that. He's doing great. All of his hair is back. It's a little more curly than before, but I guess the chicks are gonna dig it, is what he told me. So
Hey, man, as long as they give you the all clear, God bless.
Absolutely. No, he is excited. He's got all the draft books in his laptop out, reading about Kyler Gordon right now, and you know he's into this thing just like his dad is. But I'll have him come over if you're still here when he comes back down. He ran upstairs to grab something to drink.
David Kaplan is one of the treasure, really, of a human being. And I've said this right in front of Wiederer, who secretly loves you, I believe.
Dan and I are actually very good friends.
Yes. And I love the fact, me and Shane debate. Shane knows exactly, once he brings up Robert Quinn or Montgomery, it is on.
Cap, are the Bears going to re-sign David Montgomery? Tell
it's
Phil
1 year away.
I would be surprised if they did.
Me too.
See, don't be surprised when somebody goes out there and shows you what he is with an actual coach that runs the ball.
It's all right.
And then everybody's going to be like, wow, we need this kind of leader, determination, and pride. What he did was a miracle, but I don't want to go down that road. I wanted to praise.
Here, remove that comment, George, real quick. Let me put this graphic up and you speak on this because I know you're a big fan of this. The RAS score for Kyler
there
Gordon.
you go. This, George, go ahead.
So the short shuttle is the one that really stands out there.
Yeah, exactly.
That's basically the thing that you're looking at, and the vert. Those are the two things that are really sticking out there as showing him being an elite corner, because cover two, the ability to stop, start, change direction is absolutely critically important in terms of laterally and front back. And the short shuttle is a measure of that. And 3.96 is a unicorn kind of number. Anything under 4.1 is ridiculously quick. And that's, like the number says there, 9.71 out of all of the corners tested.
Just
if
shout
your
out
40 time. Sorry, if your 40 time is 4.5, right? And your shuttle is 3.96. Let me do this in coaching terms. You are fucking so lightning quick in
that
stop start.
10-yard split, 1.56.
The thing is that that short shuttle confirms what he looks like on tape as well, because his ability to break on the ball is the
exactly.
thing that stands out.
Shout out to Kent Platty, Math Bomb. If you guys want to follow him, he's the creator of the RAS score. And
what's his Twitter? Because I want to follow him.
Yeah, it's at Math. MATH bomb BOMB Kent Platty.
Let me read before I get out of here because I got to get up our dinner.
No worries.
Pro Football Focus tweeted this: highest man coverage grades in a season since 2018. We've got number 1 Kyler Gordon 90.9, number 2 Byron Murphy Jr. 90.8. Number
That's
3,
a good corner right there.
Derek
Very good.
Stingley Jr. 90.3.
Wow.
Take that, Lovey.
Mic drop.
Thank you so much, Cap.
Love you, Cap.
Love you. Please enjoy the sushi. Let's do this later.
Real quick before you go, Cap, give us your gut for 48. If they stay, Alec Pierce.
Oh, Cap. I hope you're right, Cap. That would be a great.
Oh, where'd you get that jacket? That's dope.
Oh, listen, my wife got me this for Christmas. I said I'm going to wear it on.
Got it because I'm going to buy one.
I got you. I'll take care of that when she gets home. She's actually going to yoga tonight. So my daughter, Sunshine, is babysitting. We're in the new house. That's why I'm out in this echoey room waiting for everything to get done so I can go in my studio, Cap. I miss it. I can't wait to get to Chicago. This time it's happening.
I want to make sure I'm around this year.
Once the schedule comes out, me and you will talk because my son
be there
Tate,
this year. I'll be there
my
this
son
year.
Tate's like, are we going to meet?
I'm taking you guys to dinner. We're going. George,
all right.
Get on the big bird, man.
We're
Or
gonna try to
that 10-win prediction just float over here.
I'll tell you.
Listen, how about this, Cap? If they win 10 games, you fly George over here.
Never know. I might do that. All right, you guys have a great
You're the
night.
best.
Please give my best to your son.
Yes, I will. Absolutely, Cap.
Dave
Thank you so much.
Kaplan,
All right, love you
ESPN,
guys.
and love
you too, Cap.
All the best. Go Bears, Cap.
Go Bears.
He's the best. David
Absolutely.
Kaplan of ESPN, giving you some stats there, giving you some vibes there. Let me bring in the rookie from North Dakota State. Oh, I don't know what school he went to. AB, how's it feeling there, bro?
What's up, man? It's great. Love it.
Did you like the pick?
I did. I put up a stat for you guys. I don't know if you saw it, but last year, quarterbacks that went against our new rookie had 49.1 QBR rating total. So man coverage city all day. He's a dog. I love the pick. Absolutely love it.
Texans trade back up and are on the clock.
So will they take another corner? No, he's definitely taking a inside linebacker. Put that in the pocket.
Yeah, he can
Nakobe Dean is about to get picked by the Texans.
Like the Texans just got John Mechie from Alabama at 44.
What?
Wow.
Yeah.
Huge.
Wow.
Huge reach.
Wow. John Mechie.
Wow.
John Mechie. I was thinking Nakobe Dean was about to be Lovey's inside backer. Listen, tonight.
I like Mechie, but not.
Yeah. I compared him to a souped up version of former Bear Bobby Ingram.
Yeah.
So now there's only 4 picks away from the Chicago Bears making their
Phil,
second.
let me ask you
this.
You're a Raymond guy.
Yes.
Central Michigan.
Yes.
Raymond is there. Pierce is there. Pickens is there.
I'm still going Pierce here.
No, I hear you.
I really believe that you have to get that opposite of those 3. Say it's Mooney, Pringle. You need that other type. Now, Pickens could be that, but the reason why I graded Pickens down is exactly
trade
what
down
George
is in play more so.
I definitely think this pick is more of a trade down one.
George, you agree?
I do, because the QBs are still there, and some team's going to want to get one.
Would you risk losing an Alec Pierce, George? Like, I know you like both. Would you risk losing Pierce or Pickens by moving down, say, 15 slots?
Pierce and Pickens. I mean, it looks like there might be a run going on wide receivers very soon. So for me, 15's a bit much.
Well, you weren't. I'm stunned by Wan'Dale Robinson. I wasn't even a big fan. In general,
maybe they're like sort of 5'6", 160-pound wide receivers. It's good luck to him.
That's like Dayball's left leg.
Smash the like button. Let other people know. Alan, please.
Ravens
get
are on
these
the clock.
guys. Get these fans' questions, thoughts up there. You're doing a great job, and coming up soon, real soon.
Yeah, Alan, I sent
I
you
know.
a text.
I know. Barlissimo has to check out in a few minutes, right, George?
I'm okay for the minute.
You motherfucker!
Well, coming up at 8:30.
You got to at least try to hold it out till the pick, George.
That's what I'm going for.
Blame it on
the vodka. Blame it on the Henny. Listen, coming up at
Blame it
8:30,
on the Earl Grey.
we got Matt Waldman, the guy, the rookie scouting portfolio. He's going to be sticking around for a while tonight with us. I just love that guy. I know we all do. That's another TTNL family member. It's going to be a lot of fun tonight. This is the new era so far. We got
I have a question for everyone here. Would you take our corner over Kaiir Elam?
Yes.
Because I would.
Oh, my God, yes.
Phil, we texted me when we were downstairs that day.
Yes.
Phil and I literally had this conversation, Jordan. Yes.
There's no way.
I was not a big fan of the I was actually I know Buffalo needed a corner, but when they traded up, I thought there's a chance they might go with another pass rusher just to keep on throwing fastballs out there. But if they went corner, I was a little shocked that Buffalo went there.
Jackal, George, I know you've become the new head shake of this Facebook user. We need to know who you are. We want to talk with you. There's almost 1,000 people live here watching TTNL, the Tape Never Lies draft coverage. Last night we had Chris Zorich, former Chicago Bear, Notre Dame All-American, 2-time. Walter Camp All-American. This guy has he's All-American, that kid, Chris Zorich is. He'll be on our network Monday nights in the fall on the Super 16 Poll Show. We also announced quarterback, Chicago Bears former quarterback, and he was absolutely outstanding last night breaking down the draft. He is a part of the Tape Never Lies Network. That would be Eric Kramer is now going to have a show.
A teammate
Courtney.
On our network, the Tape Never Lies Network. QB Eric Kramer is going to be breaking down Justin Fields with me all season long here in Kramer's QB School. That'll be on the patron side. So the tapeneverlies.com. Shane, we're pushing to 1,000 like Rashawn Salam did his rookie year. Let's get you over there if you want the best coverage. George, we're also breaking down all of these guys. My dad, and George.
Yeah,
breaking down the tape.
Put in the order for that Kyler Gordon all 22 so we can get that.
Yeah,
that rolling.
Courtney Crane's just put out.
Go ahead.
Courtney Crane's just put out an interesting tweet about about Gordon, and it's that he didn't allow TD in 696 coverage snaps in his college career in 29 games. He forced an incompletion on 1 out of every 4 targets, which is fifth best in the Pac-12.
To take over the North and never give it back.
The Lions have just traded up behind Baltimore to number 46. The Baltimore pick is in.
This is going to be QB, isn't it?
Oh, I'll wait till the pick is in. I'll wait till the pick is in to talk to you.
Baltimore Ravens have struck again in typical Baltimore fashion. David Ojabo. So you have Kyle Hamilton, Tyler Linderbaum, and David. That's
3 of my favorite guys.
Baltimore.
Listen, they don't need him to start either, so they can just let him sit all year. So it's
redshirt him.
Chris
Jackal,
Jackal,
an extra first rounder next year.
I want you to speak on Eric Kramer last night. I know you spoke to me earlier today about how you thought how amazing he was in analyzing. What are your thoughts on Eric Kramer joining the network?
I think first off, it's amazing to have Mr. Kramer, gracing the TTNL family with that football acumen, like we've heard all the time, but also more importantly, some of the mental health awareness that he was talking about. I think that's extremely important. And the way that he has kind of encompassed that in his message, especially when he comes on pretty much every time here and other platforms, but more importantly, when he comes to talk to us, he really kind of brings that to the forefront. And I think it's important that we don't lose sight of that. And I think Eric is a man of many talents. And I think we're going to be extremely lucky to explore some of that, vulnerable topics that we do talk about.
Exactly.
And really kind of get some people to, talk about some things they may not talk about. And so I thought it was important that he brought that up last night. And I'm really excited to see him bring that forward here on TTNL.
Listen, that's why I brought you in. Can we get some excitement out of you British folk over there? Jesus, you're like tired.
You can't, because it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. And
All I want is a smile, George. You look like there you go. There's the George I want to see. George is going to be breaking down all of these picks with me, my dad, Shane. We're going to be breaking down the tape for truth. George, Pickens is still out there. So is Alec Pierce. Is there a possibility that
we're 2 picks away?
2 picks from now.
The pick is in for Detroit. So now we are 1 pick away. I don't have the pick yet for Detroit.
The pick is in for they took a receiver already.
Cam Akers came back in the same year after tearing his Achilles. I
Detroit,
think that's a great pick.
Detroit coached Malik Willis at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
I hope they take
that would be an.
I hope they take him.
If they take
Okay, Lions have selected Joe Paschal, which is the Kentucky edge.
Yeah.
Edge.
Oh, they're going edge rusher from Kentucky. So that's still, we're 1 away. What does the Commanders do? And then our gut feelings.
How can they not go
took
quarterback?
Dotson. Yeah, is it time?
Would you be shocked if the Bears took Carr's receiver? Jalen
Tolbert?
I know
Would you
George
be shocked?
would bang his head off his keyboard.
We'll get a reaction out of George.
At least we get a reaction out of George right now. What are you George?
I wish we could go back with the Cole Kmet pick when George ruined his garden out back.
George, right now, looking at your board of receivers, right now, David Bell's got to be out. Is out there?
How are you taking David Bell over Alec Pierce? I'm just saying.
Sky Moore.
Sky Moore is an interesting name for Chicago. I could see that.
Okay,
I could see that happening.
I've got
my
guys
guy
that
Romeo.
Guys that have left, and this is purely just on the field and not off the field. So that's why it adjusts for Pickens. Is Pickens, Pierce, Bell as like if you want a move the chains guy, Sky Moore, and then Khalil Shakir.
What about Matt Waldman's boy, Justin Ross?
Justin Ross, I've got later because of the injury concerns.
Where do you see him go? Where do you see him falling, George? You know, I know Matt had a certain grade, but where do you see him going?
I think 3rd round is going to be late third. Anywhere from there.
Chris Bindle. Give me AB some of the picks, you guys in the chat. I want to hear who you guys are going to pick.
The pick is in
for the Bears.
Your Chicago Bears are now on the clock.
So who did the Commanders pick?
It's in, but it has not been announced yet.
Oh, I'm like, so the Bears already have their pick.
It's the Commanders, so it's going to be something.
Everybody wants pick.
Daft.
I thought you meant the Bears
Mike
pick.
McDonald.
Okay. N'Kobe Dean for Ron Rivera. Would that shock you?
No.
I can totally see him take Pickens here with the Commanders. They get two.
They just went
I could see him
Dotson
taking
last
Muma.
I know.
They took Dotson.
Okay. George
Chad
Mamuma?
Muma would be a thing for them.
Yeah.
We
That
just
would
got
be
a wow from the Washington from.
Oh my God!
Yep.
Read it, George.
Fedarian Mathis.
Whoa!
Wow!
Whoa!
What?
Wow!
Whoa!
Fedarian Mathis is who they've taken.
Polls. You got some options here. Come on, bud.
I don't know how you can't go.
That's mental.
So,
I mean, the Commanders.
What was
so
your grade
far
on
have been
him? Wow.
5th round.
Yeah.
That is the shock of the draft right there.
How do you not?
That is the shock of the draft.
He's more of a space. He's more of a space eater than he's a gap penetrator. He's a wide body.
And I mean, who has invested in the defensive line more in the draft than the Washington Commanders over the past 5 years? Good.
I cannot believe that was their pick.
So Bears, guys, let's go. Who?
N'Kobe Dean is there, Shane. If the rumor, obviously Raymond, the offensive.
They get a weapon.
Sky Moore.
If
our
they
guy,
go
Alec Pierce.
defense, I Bears Twitter, Bears beat guys. I mean, you may see fire in the streets of Chicago tonight. I'm serious, man.
In the streets of Chicago, they'd be fighting. Well, would you be shocked if Troy Anderson was the pick here?
If they're going to go defense, if they're going to do it,
he's.
You're not an Anderson fan?
No, because
I love Anderson.
Okay, Anderson the athlete, fantastic, off the charts, ridiculous. Anderson the linebacker right now is not even close to being starting this year. He's a special teams only guy this year. He doesn't take on blocks well enough.
Could it be Pernell Winfrey here?
Perrion Winfrey.
I think we might have a trade. We might have a trade back here by the Bears. So,
yeah, you're reporting it or you're guessing?
Someone just texted me. So let me see. I thought it popped up on my screen. Hold on.
I can't hit refresh enough.
Oh, he's saying he's questioning. Questioning, is it a trade back? I thought
proper punctuation matters.
Someone in the media just texted me, trade back, space, question mark. That's why I thought he's telling me they're trading back. So
Ryan Roberts, Fedarian Mathis at 47 in this economy.
This
right,
is
go around.
The most nervous
lightning
I've been
lightning
in months
pick.
as well.
Go 48. Go
Pierce.
I'm gonna say Pierce. I'm just gonna say they're gonna do it.
Jackal,
please.
Go.
Pickens.
Whoa, Jackal.
I'm good with either of those.
You guys all
Go ahead, Shane. Go ahead, Shane.
I'm Pierce. Yeah, I was all in on Pierce at 39. I would have been fine with them taking him. I have no problem with
calling out Sky Moore. I would not have a problem with Sky.
No, I could see that. It's
I just think Pierce is.
I guess we
level.
should say wide receiver wouldn't be.
The 3 tech could come into play here. Ultimate fuck you to this is what we're doing, and that's where they're going to go. But the Chicago Bears are on the clock.
Jackal.
Oh boy, we got a selection?
No, not yet. I'm just warming you up.
Jesus Christ, George!
What I do?
Give me some fucking names.
Gordon's already on Twitter, loving life. I love it.
Give me some fucking.
I can only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but only imagine.
They haven't even announced the Commanders pick officially.
Oh my God!
If you guys
want
want a good laugh when this
they
is
always
all
go
over,
to a commercial.
You gotta watch the Minnesota Vikings dude make the pick. Did you see that?
They played the Oscars music that to get someone to come on stage.
They had
to
someone
get him
go
off.
up and say, "You need to read the fucking card." Like, dude, shut the. It was hilarious. When this is over,
yourself.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Man, nothing is moving here. Give me some fucking names. Give this kid 2 fucking games. Give me some fucking names. Bears have 1 minute and 10 seconds, so they are taking this down.
So I'm 7 seconds behind you.
Are they working the trades?
This has to be a trade. Working this long on the phones, Bratcher. That's what's got to be going down. I don't know.
Come on.
Are we dropping the Soprano?
To the top of your fucking class.
Is that going to be the Soprano drop for polls? Or are we going
Mac
with
Jones, Justin Fields image like last year?
Are we going with our guy Mark Rebele and working that ass for daddy?
Kick is in.
Oh, here we go. Here we fucking go, Georgie boy. Give me a smile or give me death.
Come on.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen.
Refreshing my Twitter like a motherfucker here.
Let's just let it be answered.
Oh
here.
my fucking God.
It is safety Jaquan Brisker.
Are you kidding me? Safety?
They have completely revamped, and their war room.
A safety?
Their war room is not moving at all.
A safety?
Oh, hold on.
God.
Bye-bye.
to take over the North and never give it back.
I don't understand. Listen, don't understand the selection after you've taken a corner unless you are going out there and trading Eddie Jackson out tonight.
I don't think he's. I don't think there's. I don't think.
How are we not?
You're not trading. Nobody's trading
back if that's what we're doing there. Man.
Listen, Jalen Petrie at 6'3".
They're not trading.
Is my number 3 ranked safety in this draft. Let me see where I had him ranked
have
overall.
an image of that guy. Fuck.
Jalen Petrie. This kid has range and athleticism. The football player, the position selection to me is mind-boggling.
Brisker is my number 3 safety, but I just don't see the need for him in that pick.
Brisker out of Penn State is I don't know.
Well, I like the player, but I just don't see the need.
The fuck?
I'm in shock that they picked a safety, guys.
Me too. I mean, I don't
understand. I understand the corner, but Shane, you did warn everybody.
Johnny.
I literally had this horrible feeling all day that this was going to be this pick, and I wasn't in here on that, but totally, wow.
Doug Ferrara's just made me feel worse about the pick. Jaquan Brisker reminds me of Adrian Amos.
Well, Adrian Amos was a good football player. Jaquan Brisker was my 4th rated safety, Jaquan Brisker. And it's just the position of choice for me here would have been receiver and get an understanding of what it is you want to do offensively. But I did say this earlier today. There's no reason whatsoever as an offensive coordinator that you're bringing over EQ Brown, St. Brown, if you don't believe that he is what Christian Watson could be. That's the kind of stuff I believe that they believe a lot in EQ St. Brown, Equanimous St. Brown. Look at me saying it right, AB.
Ecuador, that's what I call it.
But that kid is an explosive talent. And when Aaron Rodgers doesn't like you, ask his mom and dad what he does. Imagine on his team what he does.
Adam Kaplan,
Kaplan, no relation to David.
No, spelled totally different. I'm actually a fan of Adam Kaplan. Is absolutely in love with the Bears' first 2 picks. Huge start for Ryan Poles and his front office, reshaping the secondary.
Oh, the kid from Penn State at safety.
Yeah, get over the Eddie Jackson trade. This is your 2 safeties.
I just threw that out there.
Your 2 safeties are Eddie Jackson and Jaquan Brisker. Done over. Those are your guys.
Listen, my buddy, who I really believe in.
We gotta get hold of Scanlon.
Is that why it took so long?
So Brisker is a 9.12 RAS.
Listen, my buddy who is a defensive
Can you send me that image, George?
Yeah.
My buddy who's a defensive back coach just texted me. Mr. Brisker is one of the best athletes you'll see at safety. You guys are going to be happy with him. He coaches in the Big Ten. So, listen, you're going to look at a guy that has size at 6'1". He ran under 4'5", 4'9".
Yeah,
he's got
6'1", 203,
4'4", 40.
Yep.
Well,
excellent length. He was on Bruce Feldman.
If you want to remove your emotions from this,
yes,
the pathway has been there the entire time. Like I said, there's been Trayvon Young, I get it, or Tavon Young, I get it, but it's a minimal deal. It's a you're just hoping that the guy stays healthy. They've done nothing.
Their defensive
and their
coordinator,
secondary, nothing.
They
Right
did
now,
nothing.
your safeties have been Eddie Jackson, and they brought back DHC.
And
That
And who's the other kid?
And, yeah,
Crookshank.
Crookshank.
Dane Crookshank. Let me tell you.
But I mean, even that was a 1-year deal, correct?
Yes, a 1-year deal. Jaquan Brisker is a physical guy.
Yeah, he's
this
the
guy is not
complement.
afraid.
Yeah, he's the anti-Eddie for
He
sure.
is the
in terms
total
of that.
opposite of Eddie, and he is a athlete. He's on my guy Bruce Feldman's freak list. So when you get on that list, you're in the same ballpark of what George was showing you with these RAS scores. So if you're running 4.4 at 6'1", 208, and I remember everybody getting down on me, and with my love for Adrian Amos,
that's a clip.
and I thought that he was the better safety than Eddie because he wasn't afraid to tackle. And in a game of football, no matter what Eddie Jackson tries to tell you, the number one thing you do on defense is what? Tackle. Because if you stop somebody from moving forward, they're punting every time. So, yeah, you want to get turnovers, but turnovers, they're hard to come by. And once you base your whole game on that, that ain't how you do it.
Real quick, this is new Bears cornerback, Kyler Gordon.
What's up, Chi-Town? It's Kyler Gordon. Can't wait to get to the city, put in that work, and have Soldier Field turn. Can't wait. Bear down. What's up, Chi-Town? It's Kyler Gordon.
Kyler Gordon.
Somebody
Got
passed
some
away
hair
here?
on him.
He's got some hair. He's got a nose ring, Shane. I'd be
Yeah.
talking. He's a different kind of kid. Too freakish athlete. But I'll tell you this. I was not expecting safety there.
Oh,
but
not
I think
after corner. And I mean, I brought it up with Cap. Like I said, Lance Zierlein talked. Lance Zierlein nailed this pick.
Did he?
Yeah, I told you that his first 2 picks for the Bears today were Roger McCreary, corner, who was off the board.
Okay.
When the Bears picked at 39, they went Kyler Gordon. His pick at 48 was Jaquan Brisker.
Well, he nailed that one.
And he went Kennard, didn't he, in 3rd round?
Is that I didn't look
Kennard,
at that.
he went 3rd round.
Like I said, go back to you see the Detroit Lions are investing heavily in wide receiver.
Yep.
The Minnesota Vikings have invested heavily in wide receiver. The Green Bay Packers brought in their young guy here, but still you have an elite level all-time quarterback throwing the football. So, like I said, as much as we don't want to accept it, you got to bounce, George.
George has got to bounce. George, I appreciate you jumping on tonight. We'll see you on Sunday, bro. Breaking down these
George,
DBs.
can you
George.
put some curls in your hair so you look like Kyler Gordon for us on Draft Mob?
I'll get the curling tongues out.
Bellissimo, our guy across the pond.
The Saints are taking Alante Taylor, cornerback, Tennessee. That's a shocker for me.
Yeah, extremely raw. But you're talking about a kid loaded with talent, but woof.
Well, you talk about a kid loaded with talent, and woof. Talk about a guy loaded with talent. This guy is a huge friend of this network and a huge friend of me and Shane. I love him to death, and I'm super duper excited to bring him out here with us. Let's bring him out right now. Matt Waldman, the rookie scouting portfolio. We didn't get a receiver, Matt. Where's our receivers at, Matt?
I guess they're just going to have to wait a little bit longer here. Maybe
that RSP's got to go at least to 3,600 pages next year, Matt. Corners and safeties for us, bro.
But there's still some good guys left there. Our guy Shakir is still available on the board. You still have somebody like Pickens is still there if you're looking for that type of a player. Sky Moore still there. Pierce is still there. All those guys. Hey, Brian.
I would have loved Alec Pierce there, but he's falling down the board.
Well,
Alec Pierce.
They're probably looking at it. Seems that some of these teams wanted some guys that were either complete route runners, or there was a ghost of Dave Gettleman in the building with Wan'Dale Robinson, who is a bit of a flashy pick, but kind of a more like, we stepped in the Kadarius Toney immaturity phase of his life right now, and so that's unbelievable talent, but that's the issue. That was the issue with him. So they're trying to make up ground on that, and I think that's one of those. I don't know. I mean, it's a bit of a reach. It could be good, but it's a bit of a reach. I still think I would actually think Calvin Austin would have been a little bit better if they're going to pick one of those three guys. And we looked at Khalil Pimpleton here. So, they had two guys like Robinson, and Robinson was my third ranked of the three. But he's the most well-known. So they tend to draft well-known, even if that's not necessarily great. See Daniel Jones as that example. I mean, it's kind of they go brand name a lot.
I did not like their first pick, the defensive end Thibodeau from Oregon. I just think there's a lot of red flags when it comes to a guy that loves the game of football. There's no questioning the talent. There's all these stories of him and Shane let it off with him not going to Alabama. Listen, if Alabama's giving you a full ride, you must be good, right?
Right.
But he chose to go to Oregon because he wanted to be involved with Nike and the brand of Bob Knight. I mean,
Phil.
What's his name? Phil Knight.
Yeah.
So
stupid first name, but I see how you forget it, Phil.
The Patriots take Thornton there. They trade up with the Chiefs.
They just took Tyquan Thornton?
Tyquan Thornton.
Wow.
Right as you're talking about.
All right. So listen.
Speak on it, Waldman.
Tyquan Thornton is a fascinating player from the respect that he can develop into a complete receiver, but he's not the guy you want to take in the middle of the second round. He's the guy you'd want to take in the fifth round. And he has some issues that just need to be cleaned up all around. He played in a very limited offense. So, in terms of you're looking at speed with this guy and he tracks the ball well. He can make plays after the catch, but it's the Patriots have just a history of whiffing hard on wide receiver. They have never gotten it right on wide receiver unless they had to pick a quarterback or a running back turned receiver. For the most part with this, I mean, or they got a free agent who worked their way in. And so, to me, people talk about the hands. Well, let's bring that up because that's an interesting point. When you look at a college ball and a pro ball, what people forget is that the college ball is actually fatter and harder to control than a pro ball, which is actually longer and thinner. And if you're catching with your fingertips, it's okay. You're going to be able to stop the ball. If your hand placement's good, it doesn't matter. But the problem with Thornton is that you get kind of an incomplete receiver when you could have had opportunities for a much more complete guy early on. And I think the Patriots probably, I mean, I don't want to say they panicked, but it's maybe they reacted a bit to the fact that John Mechie went earlier, and they wanted maybe to have a Mac Jones Mechie reunion there, or maybe they liked a Christian Watson or somebody along those lines who had the speed and the ability. Thornton is a flashy pick in terms of speed. There's development potential there, but it's early, for a player like that, and that's just going to be interesting.
Matt, I'm here in shock because I understood the corner selection at 39 for the Chicago Bears. But when you look at this roster, and I get what you're saying, there's a lot of players out there, and you led off with your guy Shakur. But I don't understand the safety after the corner here. This is, and I like Brisker from Penn State. I do, but I just don't understand.
Cam Jurgens just went off the clock, Phil, to Philadelphia.
Since you brought him up real quick, Matt, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I don't want to forget. Shane, for me, Brisker over Jurgens, because you had me nervous that they were going to take Jurgens at 39.
Yep.
So when I look at positional value at center is huge for me, but there was just too many red flags for me watching Jurgens tape, where Brisker is Adrian Amos-like and a little bit freakier athlete. And Amos was a better athlete than people thought he was. He just didn't have the interceptions to show and prove that. So I get what they're doing, and you have a coach and a defensive coordinator who are both historically defensive back coaches. So these picks clearly are coming from Eberflus. Are the Bears, Matt, they have to go offense coming up here in the third at 71. Am I right?
You would think, I mean, but especially when you're talking about having a young player like Fields. Now, the thing is with Fields is, do you really want to have, everybody talks about the idea of having a young wide receiver quarterback stable that they can grow with. Like, they romanticize the idea of Peyton Manning with Marvin Harrison. But is it really, I mean, I'm just asking aloud what you guys think about this. And I think it's a worthwhile question just to discuss, which is it really worthwhile to have a young quarterback who's learning the ropes have to get young receiver who's learning the ropes as well? Or would it be better to, just deal with the veterans that you have, let him develop and make sure that he's solid in what he needs to do and minimize the errors as much as possible, and then get the receiver when he's starting to get into his stride?
Is that wide receiver doing donuts in the parking lot in his Hellcat with his little son and getting arrested like 72 hours ago, like Byron Pringle?
Sadly, yes. And Byron Pringle would be a good example of what I joke is my Michael Westbrook, my Michael Westbrook
Colorado
picker with players. Is that if they have a cred, if they could get some cred in the pen, or if they get sent to the pen and they would beat up the toughest dude who goes after them to make sure they get some cred early on, I probably like them without knowing that they have that tendency to them.
Did you see the police video of him in the cruiser? He's like, "Can y'all motherfuckers take me to the police station? It's fucking hot back here."
I mean, I knew his off-field track record at Kansas State, and Bill, but Bill Snyder usually is pretty good. If he gives you the blessing, you're usually in pretty good shape. But
Pickens has gone to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
There you go. So
Pickens is off the board.
I know a lot of Steelers people who will be excited about that, especially because they like the flashy athlete who can make the big plays.
He looks like a Steeler. Who is
the blocker? And Claypool-esque in terms of making catches, but probably a better route runner than Claypool and a little bit more promise. I was not a big Claypool fan.
Nor was I.
Yeah. So I think that this also is a sign that it's like we probably need to use Claypool in a strategic way to get the most out of him. We need another guy on the outside, and Pickens can be that potential guy for us. We obviously didn't work out with Washington, the kid out of Oklahoma State, who's now.
I love that kid when he
tracks.
Out.
He tracks great.
Oh my God.
Yeah. The biggest issue with him was route depths, that he just didn't run the right route depths, and that never really got fixed. And that could be a combination of a variety of things. Part of it could be that, that Big Ben just didn't want to deal with people anymore, or, but I mean, I'm making up stuff at this point, but but I would say that it's one of those scenarios where Pickens gone now. Your best hopes now are probably it's just early on are going to be Shakir and Pierce, and hopefully you'll
I'm
get
going to
that
throw
shot.
my guy Dubs in there. Because
Yep.
I'm a big fan of
And more.
Romeo Dubs. Oh yeah,
and Sky Moore.
Sky Moore, yeah.
Moore.
I think to me, yeah, you with Pickens off.
I
Here,
have have Dubs over Moore.
You're
That's how
20 picks.
believe in
20 picks of the Bears are at 71.
Right now
so you got a ways to go, but you got some.
So
Let me just say this because there's a lot of. Go ahead.
So the Colts just took Alec Pierce.
Oh. So there
Ballard's
he goes.
going to continue to get jerked off by the Chicago media.
Oh my God. A Ballard love fest is about to begin.
Is he ever going to draft a quarterback in Indy? Ever?
I don't know.
I'll say this.
He hasn't put that stamp on it.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
love the fact that they did get Ryan.
Oh, yeah.
As a guy who's down here in Atlanta, his offense. This isn't a Phillip Rivers at his last leg type of pick.
Okay.
Ryan still has game. He just didn't have receiver. He didn't. He lost his two best receivers essentially, and his offensive line was just awful.
Oh, so
awful.
Wait, are you talking about the Chicago Bears or the Atlanta Falcons?
I was talking about.
sounds like you could be.
But Ryan's got a lot of competition, obviously, in the AFC to deal with. Yeah. But if you were going to go, I was hoping Cleveland would wind up with Matt Ryan because I thought it was a perfect fit for him. But really, the Colts are pretty much the same thing in terms of run the ball, great offensive line. And you can operate off play action, and you get a smart signal caller who, if you have good route runners at receiver, he's going to get the ball to you, and it's going to be where it needs to be, where it can be an adventure with some of the younger guys or some of the guys that you would have ended up having to draft. So I like the pick for this year. It gives you a year or two so that you can see where it goes. But yeah, it's the Pickens going to the Steelers is a nice. It is nice for the Steelers in the sense that maybe they can use him now kind of in that Kenny Galladay-esque fashion. He can
go up and get it.
They can kind of cushion, him with
Clemson
better guys. Martavis Bryant.
Yes, Martavis Bryant. That's who I see.
Yeah.
A little bit there for sure.
Martavis Bryant.
Yeah.
Listen, I want to say this real quick about Brisker. Because it's hard for a lot of people to understand when you're coming in to completely change your defensive philosophy. The back end in cover 2 is going to be a priority, a pillar piece, if you will. And you had a defensive backfield, to Shane talking about it earlier, with a guy that doesn't tackle. So Brisker, to me, was ranked in my top 50. He has the potential to be an all-pro football player and is that good of an athlete and tackler. I don't like the fact that they took a safety, but I think it's unfair to the kid that everybody had their hopes up for a receiver for Justin Fields. And if you watch this network, my partner over there has been preaching this for months. Prepare yourself that they might go this way. So Rick Ruder, I'm not changing my motherfucking tune. Give this guy get him on the show. I want to see his fake teeth and everything, because don't fucking take what I'm saying as I'm trying to give you an understanding of the person. If a guy's going in there and he's a fucking great tackler and he fills the fucking alley, and the biggest loss you had was Adrian Amos. And I've said that shit over and over again, Rick. Go in the audio history.
Kansas City.
So now that 2 receivers gone.
Get used to Darnell Mooney and David Moore and Byron Pringle.
Chicago. They're gonna wind up with Khalil Shakir, and it's gonna be all good. That's what we're gonna keep it positive. Let's see.
Shakir or Dubs, I would be very happy. But just finishing this, a safety in this that's that athletic and physical. I'm telling you right now, don't hate the guy. You can hate the selection. You give it a shot to see where it is, because I've been around where people were hating on the Bears taking Roosevelt Colvin and Warwick Holt. Why did they do that? They already got. And then what happened then?
And here's the other thing. I mean, receiver is a much harder position to transition than people realize. And there's a lot, we talk about it now and how it's, so many are being taken off the board. Half these guys are going to suck. Okay. I mean,
exactly.
we're rooting for them to succeed, but half of them are going to wash out probably by year 2. Okay. And a lot of it is because they display some skills against press coverage, but they don't know how to put it all together. They don't know how to be unpredictable and do it and read defenders, and they don't know how to do it in a way where it's ultra efficient. The way guys get scouted in this league at this position is often that whether they just show the moves, not whether that they can use the move tight enough against the defender, or whether they use the right move in the right situation, or that they have multiple moves to handle in the right situation.
Exactly.
So those are things they're going to have to learn. And then on top of that, they're still dealing with, a lot of technical issues with running routes, that they have to be on the same page with their quarterback, being able to make the read that the quarterback's reading late pre-snap, early post-snap, and run the right route. And that's harder than people realize. And it's something that, I can see that what we're seeing here with the Bears is that either there was some guys that they liked that got taken earlier than they thought at receiver, and they were just like, you know what, forget it. We're not just going to get a guy to get a guy, and we're going to go ahead, we'll pick our best players available and go from there. And I'm always good with the best player available type of scenario. If you've determined with your draft board that, with Pierce, the knock on Pierce is maybe the routes can be a little bit better right now. The same thing with Pickens. The work ethic is an issue with Pickens that people have talked about. Thornton is an incomplete guy. He's a speedster, and big draft will love him because they, to me, again, speed is
Big
the cleavage.
draft. I love that.
Yeah, speed. That's my
Big
buddy
draft.
Eric Stoner. He who used to write for me.
Big draft.
And Eric
those
calls
are
it
the
big
guys.
draft. Yeah,
The clicks of draft nicks that we
the
were
four-letter-
forewarning. Yeah, we were forewarning people about this last night. That's why I have to defend a football. When I scout, extensive work on players, obviously I'm focusing on the Bears' needs: offensive guard, wide receiver, D3 technique, and then you clearly a need at safety was
Cardinals take tight end Trey McBride.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
and I'll put it to you this way.
Yes.
A scout that I know and has a lot of experience in this league, he's typing right now to me, a lot of strange decisions out there in the second already. I'm fond of saying you can't win the draft in the first, only lose it. I've always thought the drafts are won in rounds 2 to 4, and I know that's coming off of some of the picks that we just saw.
Listen, we're going to be breaking down the safety and the corner on our network this Sunday, showing you the tape because it never lies. I'm just going to say real quick, Shane, one more defense of Brisker. Go pop on a highlight of him. We can't put that up here or else we'll get dinged. But I will say this. If you want to see someone, what do I say all the time? It's in the opening of the show. Draft fucking football players. If this kid's tape doesn't say to you that Eddie Jackson better take notice of this kid's effort, he is going to fill the alley, has elite athleticism. There's a guy that coached in the Big Ten that texted me tonight and said, you guys are going to love this kid. He is better than the guys. He's better than somebody that was taken in the first round was his. And I think he's talking about the Notre Dame kid. And that's just his opinion. But the reality is it's not my choice, but I'm not going to bury a good football player. To Matt Waldman's point, that was their best player. That was their best player available, and we'll hear from polls.
Real quick, next gen stats just sent out a tweet. Says Jaquan Brisker is the 5th non-first round safety since 2016 to enter the draft with an 85 plus overall draft score. The previous 4 all were selected in round 2, and all 4 earned starting roles for their pro teams. Those 4: Budda Baker, Jeremy Chin, Kyle Duggar, and Xavier McKinney.
Xavier McKinney.
He's with the Giants, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the Pats hated the Duggar pick too, and look how that turned out.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yep, true.
And it's just that thing is that we do look for immediate need, but we have to understand. I mean, receiver is a difficult position to play, and to have your quarterback be on the same page with your receiver. Listen, Justin Fields can be a terrific quarterback in this league, but there aren't many Peyton Mannings out there who are like essentially coach like on the field at the level Peyton Manning was even early in his career.
Exactly.
And so if you don't have that, you're probably not going to get the most out of a young receiver right away, at least at an early pick where you're going to have to force him onto the field. And I just think, yeah, go ahead.
Let me ask you 2 names here. One you brought up, and it's your guy. Could you see the Chicago Bears looking at your guy Ross out of Clemson here in 71? And what's wrong? All right, answer that, and I have another question on top of it.
Sure. And I think that I'm just watching the Cardinals pick Trey McBride, and I'm thinking it's fascinating because I really like McBride, but I don't know if that's a great fit for what the Cardinals have been doing. So that's fascinating. So that's another topic. But Ross, I just had a conversation with Russ Landy, the head of U.S. scouting for the Alouettes this afternoon, because we were both kind of like, he goes, so it looks like all the people are freaking out about, freaking out about the quarterbacks, but as you and I've talked about, it's kind of like a pleasant surprise that the NFL isn't going after a lot of these guys. But the other thing he brought up, he was like, well, who's someone that you'd like to see drafted that you think is falling? And I said, I was on a podcast with football guys talking about Justin Ross, and my buddy Sigmund Bloom immediately interjected. He goes, yeah, Lance Zierlein said that's probably not going to happen. He's going to be probably going to be a priority free agent due to the injuries. And I just, and my response was, that's probably correct. But from what I know, Lance tends to seek out guys who maybe, I call them the teetotaler set when it comes to the scouts that he deals with tend to be very conservative in their outlook about players. And so that conservative thing is the concern about the injury. But if no doctor in their right mind would tell ESPN that a player has no chance, has the same chance as anybody else of, with that issue. So, Russ and I were both talking about it. It's just like, listen, you could pay this guy basically equivalent of $60,000, if you make him a late round pick. And if it doesn't work, it only costs you, $60,000 or like a very small amount, probably more like $600, but it's a small amount of money compared to what you would, and what you could get out of him if it works out, because the tape is there. So it only takes one team to look at, to believe, that this player is just fine. And to me,
he was considered a first round talent before he even got hurt. Yeah. Everybody Cowboys
that I knew just took Sam Williams.
I love Sam. Okay. He's got a little bit of history there, but I love that pick for the Cow. He's going to be a good football player.
Yeah, but them. Yeah. So I mean, Ross is a guy that it makes sense for a team to take a chance on him. But the only other medical that you'd have to be concerned about is either something that hasn't been divulged, or that the foot is completely blown apart. and that he's not going to recover well from that Jones fracture. And if that's the case, then maybe that's why he's dropped down the board. But otherwise, if it's for anything else other than the injuries, then it's just a mistake.
Thanks.
I mean, legitimately.
Thanks, Tony. Yeah. Here's the second question. Because I believe this kid is a great fucking football player. And I believe he gets, dubbed. No offense. And I'm not talking about Romeo Dubs. I'm talking about Bell, the receiver from Purdue. You see him dropping because he isn't the fastest guy. But I'll tell you what, he's got some of the greatest eye-hand coordination catches, focused catches that you'll ever see. What are your thoughts on him for the Chicago Bears?
Well, I'll tell you this. I would rather have him over Byron Pringle or Equanimeous St. Brown. And I like Pringle. To me, Bell is still one of the top 7 to 8 receivers on the board. Not right now, before the draft started.
Yes.
And he's at worst, you're looking at a Jarvis Landry type of player, with a bigger Jarvis Landry type of player who can work the middle, get open in zones, block for you.
Sign me up.
Yeah.
Sign me up, coach.
Yeah.
Why, Matt? Because those types of guys move the fucking chains.
Yeah.
Right? That becomes your quarterback's best friend.
Yeah. And he can win. He can win off play action if you need him to do that. And because he can win in tight coverage, you don't worry about no, he's not going to win downfield for you, but is he going to move the chains for you? Is he the type of guy that when you watch him in a short yardage play, he's blocking off the edge and peeling off a double team to take on a cornerback who hits one side, and then he realizes that mid play that he could come off that block to actually help out his runner more by doing something that wasn't schemed.
Right.
And he'll do that. He's that kind of thinker or reactor on the field who sees the field that well to be able to make those types of plays. So in an offense like the Bears, where you want a guy who can block well, if you're going to go 3 wide, you're going to need that as your inside player. You probably want a bigger inside presence. And he would fit very well so that you could still run the ball and be successful, even if you don't have a second tight end on the field or a fullback or whatever you want to use there, and normally in heavier sets, but you could still get effective enough blocking out of your receiver. And then because they respect that blocking and his route running skills and contested catch skills are there, he's effective off play action because, as we talked about with Alec Pierce, defenses respect that. They have to react to it, and he can win off of it.
Bell, to me, I'm looking at those guys. You said it really well. I just want to piggyback off of what you said. Because you have Darnell Mooney, and because Pringle is what he is, anybody that says the name Jarvis Landry describing a receiver is my type of receiver.
Yeah.
So if you're getting Bell, he's the difference maker. Let's just look at it this way,
you
guys.
just go out and sign Jarvis Landry, and
he's at a certain age now. I love Jarvis Landry.
To Waldman's point from earlier,
yes,
why not bring in a grizzled vet that catches the football? You know what I mean?
But here's the thing too, which is nice. This guy might be that exception to the rule for you. I mean, I think it's a great point by Shane, because why not? But if you've done enough evaluating where you feel like the guy just gets hurt too often now, and he's so physical, he doesn't know how to tone it down. Bell, the 2 other names that could suit Bell. I mean, I don't think he's as explosive as Anquan Bolden ever was. So, but he could be old Anquan Bolden, and old Anquan Bolden wasn't bad, and he could give you that old Anquan Bolden like for a number of years, and that's still pretty darn good in the middle of the field. Or old Larry Fitzgerald, who certainly was great, even when he was much slower at that point of his career. Bell has that kind of. He may not ever be those guys, but he could be in that neighborhood for you. and that's good enough.
I'm going to say this just about pick 71, where the Bucks take Luke Gadecki out of Central Michigan, pick 57. So 58 is on the clock. And I'll say this, Bears fans, about number 71. Everybody was positive a wide receiver was going at number 39, and then when it didn't, they were positive it was going at 48. Don't be so positive you're going to even see a wide receiver at 71. These guys aren't going to force a pick just to force it. Matt, you can speak on that. I think you did a little bit before. It's just bad. You can't run a draft that way.
No, you can't. I mean, the Ravens are excellent at this. They just basically let people make fools out of themselves, and then they just pick good players. And it works out. I mean, you can take last year and say, well, they were bad. Well, that's because they had 18 players on IR when they began the season, 18 starters. You know, nobody wins with 18 starters unless you're Lamar Jackson, and you nearly do. You know, I mean, that's, you know, that's one of those things that people need to understand. But they're, you know, some of their fanboys are talking about Tyler Huntley like he's on the same plane as Lamar Jackson. So, you know, fans are crazy sometimes. We all have those moments, and well, it's just that there's a
fan
faction
is short
of fans.
for fanatic, right?
Yeah, some fans, you know, and then we have great fans in every base who know their stuff. But like, you know, you have that faction out there, and I think that it's that thing with quarterback. I mean, there's a good argument about this because, like, you know, my buddy Chad Ryder over at bigdraft.com, NFL.com, you know, Chad does a lot of the write-ups and the bios for a lot of the talking heads out there. And I can tell you that, you know, well, I can't tell you that, but I can. Yes, you can. I can tell
send
you,
it in
I
DM,
can tell you,
Matt.
yes, I can. I can tell you that there was a personality on there for a long time who was difficult to work with that only would work with Chad, and that's the kind of guy Chad is. He's a great guy. So he, you know, and when you're at bignetwork.com, you're going to have some folks who sometimes get a little prima donna attitudes at times, you know, with the pressure and everything else that goes on, or just that they got famous, who knows. But, you know, Chad's a great guy and loved all around by even people, you know, by pretty much everyone. But Chad's always had this philosophy because he's an economist by trade, and has worked, you know, in the municipal sector as doing economist studies. And that's how he got into the draft. But he always looks at the quarterback position and says, hey, look, why wouldn't you take these quarterbacks in the first round if you think they have a semblance of ability? Because they miss so much anyway. And, you know, if you take them later, that the chances of them being good, it becomes much smaller. So why not give them that exposure, give them that opportunity, and give them that time, especially like if you're saying you're going to have them compete with certain players and get intermittent playing time or starts where you don't have to put as much pressure on them. You're still like, it's still better than waiting until later. That's his take on the situation. Now, I don't agree with that. So like when we talk and I ask him about the quarterbacks, and he was going off about it before, like he goes, if they don't take it, I'm just going to be mad because I don't understand how they're doing it. And I'm sitting here thinking, well, we're not going to have this discussion again because I know with him, it's slowly I turn step by step, inch by inch, you know, Niagara Falls with him. So, but it's
Abbott and Costello over here.
Yeah, exactly. you know, Mo Howard, I think it was, but like, you know, he was,
I think Tony Pauline was way out of his league tonight, projecting Nakobe Dean and a few other guys to the Bears. Can end that.
Troy Anderson to Atlanta.
Troy Anderson,
Montana State.
Oh my God, I love this kid as a will linebacker, and he goes to Atlanta.
Is he I want to know, is he a disciplined tackler? Because Atlanta has a very difficult time getting linebackers who actually can tackle and take angles. Deion Jones is like the best version of that player in strength and weakness, like sideline to sideline for days. But if every offense that I see that plays Atlanta that is like really kicking Atlanta's ass basically says we're gonna throw the ball into the flats in the middle and let our guys break tackles because they break them all day against Atlanta's linebackers. And I'm just wondering if
this guy is
he can tackle.
He's a good tackler, Matt, and
good.
He is an elite athlete. He's not going to have a problem tackling. What his he's got to learn is being able to stack and get off some of the blocks.
Okay.
But his ability to put his head in the right position and wrap his arms out. This kid, I really was high on. I wouldn't have been surprised if the Bears had taken him at 39 because of what I know Eberflus is looking for. And if you're going to keep, you got Nick Morrow that you signed from the Raiders, you're going to put him at middle or is it going to be Roquan? And then you get this young Will linebacker with that kind of upside who is a physical freak when it comes to athleticism. That right there was where I thought Troy Anderson is really very good at in space and tackling. Those are his A+ numbers for me. His ability to be inside and get and taken on those blocks is where he would have struggled. So listen, he's not a Bear. If you're just tuning in, we got Matt Waldman of the Rookie Scouting Portfolio with us, friend of the network. We're going over some of the receivers, obviously, but I really, if you're just checking in now, and I know there's a lot of people that are upset here that the Chicago Bears didn't take a receiver. I'm one of them, but I'm going to tell you about Mr. Brisker. Is a physical tackler, an alley player, and somebody. And you guys have to understand. You have to understand draft coverage and what it is that we're doing. I look at the whole picture of it. What Ryan Poles does versus what I'm doing is completely different. I am not happy they took a safety, but Brisker is going to come up and wallop people. And when I watched the Chicago Bears defense last year, I saw what my father said was a bunch of pussies out there in the secondary. It was the worst coached secondary in football. They didn't tackle, they don't communicate, and they don't know their assignments. So what do you do when you go into a franchise and want to start over? You look at the issues. Corner was an issue. Obviously, we all think highly of Corey Graham. I mean, Graham Jr. I keep going Corey Graham, Shane. What's his name? Thomas Graham Jr.
Yeah,
Thomas Graham. We're all high on him, but maybe they're not. So they go and draft an elite corner in this draft. Somebody that's a first-round talent in my book. Okay? I want a receiver. They come back and get a safety that is a first-round type of safety. But he's not somebody that you and everybody else wanted. And myself, I thought they were going to go receiver. And I wanted Alec Pierce. But the Chicago Bears are doing something different. I don't think it's fair. You can say, I don't like this draft. I don't like this. And that's okay. But don't take it out on the player, Brisker. That's my most important point to you guys tonight. Because I think when you watch the tape of somebody going up and watching the Chicago Bears, and if they're going to play soft, what was the statement that your GM said? Obviously, he pointed out the offensive line, but he's talking about no discipline. Thank you, Terrence. A lack of discipline, a lack of toughness, a lack of tackling. And the last time I checked, if you don't let somebody score, your odds of winning go up immensely. So all I have to say is let's tap the brake button. I honestly think you got to give this an opportunity to see where they're going.
Yeah, well, I think what it comes down to, Phil, and I think
your
point overall, you can be upset with the pick.
Yes.
Just don't push that over into saying because I don't like the pick that this
kid
player is no good. And he doesn't
exactly.
know, he's not a good player because it's just that is being an irresponsible fan.
When's the last time a team has hit on every pick in their draft?
Phil and I hit in our mock drafts all the time.
Well, there we go. That's great. But I mean, okay. So, but like on the field, when's the last time? Like When's the last time a team has like hit on 2/3 of their picks, even or half of their picks? Like if you hit on half of your picks in the draft, you had a good draft for the most part. You know, you had a great
this
draft.
all the time.
Who's the best coach in the NFL?
Bill Belichick.
Would you agree, Matt?
Yep. And he and
want to bring up his draft record?
It sucks, you know.
Exactly.
I mean, and as we were talking I brought it up before. I was like, you know, Bill Belichick, you know, he's a Hall of Fame coaching mind. But here's the thing: they just recently had Dante Scarnecchia on the Athletics podcast with Robert Bates, and they asked him about what his role was in scouting. Yes. Okay. Best coaches. So the insight you're going to get from the average fan and the average media person is going to be this. They're going to say, well, he gave these great takes about how he has his own form to evaluate offensive linemen and how he would tell the staff that they don't need to double dip with arm length and that he would begin watching these guys around the Senior Bowl, and then he would give his results over to Josh McDaniel. And people go, that was just great inside information. And then half these people who are managers in their real life listening to this and saying that should be ashamed of themselves. I'm kidding when I say that. I mean, maybe not ashamed of themselves. But what they didn't notice is this. If you're a manager and you're thinking about process and you're thinking about developing your team and doing things and being on the same page, why the fuck does Dante Scarnecchia have his own form to fill out that the rest of the team isn't on the same page with? Why the fuck is he only has time to be able to evaluate these guys after the Senior Bowl? If you're waiting until the Senior Bowl to evaluate guys, then what's the rest of your scouting staff doing here? And why does he count more than his scouting staff? Because he's the one holding the knowledge. So he's siloed up in this organization, this great coach with great skill sets, and
one of the best offensive line coaches in football.
Yes, but his knowledge isn't being translated to the people who are doing the legwork. So it's actually costing him more work because he's going to have to go back and look at this and say that, if they're relying on him, they were relying on him in that way. They were having to rely on him in a way to like kind of troubleshoot what the initial staff did. And he could be sharing that information, could be shared. The form he did could be shared or like created, revised in some way so that it applies to their ability to teach and develop their own scouts and build. But the NFL doesn't do that much anymore. And then on top of it, he's talking about penalizing arm length and double dipping. Well, again, there's a scoring point that you could easily avoid the variation that teams inherently have, because there's probably another 5 scouts who were double dipping, or some of them were, some of them weren't. So these are things you could fix.
That's why I love
bro. Yeah, but I mean, that's what I've specialized in. That's why I got into this, because this is what I learned as a manager and how to manage things. So when I listen to him say that, I go, what an unbelievable asset with knowledge, but how fucked up is that? And and you think about and in these days, I mean, that's what NFL teams often do, where
and that's why there's so many misses.
Yes,
so that is why
it's
there's
not
so
the
many.
knowledge.
I've said that shit over and over. My uncle was your favorite team. He was coach of your favorite team growing up as a kid.
Speaking of them right now, real quick,
so,
Matt, we'll appreciate
such a
this.
shoe salesman.
The Panthers and the Browns are in advanced trade talks, according to the Athletic.
Wow.
For quarterback Baker Mayfield.
There it
Carolina is expecting Cleveland to pick up a good chunk of Mayfield's $18.8 million salary.
Yeah, and I was just on the Browns network this afternoon. They just kept bringing up Nick Chubb because they didn't want to be reminded about
Have you seen our running backs?
They were like, Matt, you gave us some magic with Nick Chubb. Give us some magic with wide receivers that we could pick. I think they're all gone now that I picked, other than the other in terms other than Shakir. But like, that's the point, is that Baker Mayfield, look what that's cost them. That not only did it cost them an opportunity to win an AFC title, it cost them an opportunity to keep a star player in Odell Beckham who won a Super Bowl and contributed to that Super Bowl win. It also cost them. It cost them part of the locker room.
Yeah.
It cost them a couple of head coaches. It also cost, and that's debatable. You could say, well, that's fair or not. But it is also costing them a shit ton of money to pay to a guy who may not even play a good bit of the season, and has divided the fan base for him even being in the building. Okay. And whether you know, however you want to look at that,
you got to get out of it.
Yeah. But
No matter what.
That's what Baker Mayfield has done. When you pick that player and it doesn't work, and you make that high of an investment, and that's the thing with quarterbacking right now. The reason these quarterbacks have dropped is that nobody has consensus, because all these scouts whisper to each other and these other guys talk, and you go, well, what's the scuttlebutt? What do you hear from other people? Do they like this guy as much? And everyone has a different guy that they like. So, Kenny Pickett was the safest pick. He was the layup pick, I would say, like the Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr kind of pick, that the Steelers settle for. They went for the layup because they figure they have a healthy enough team in terms of surrounding talent, and now, but with the rest of these guys, they're not sure. And as a result of that, they're not going to invest that early. I mean, we're near the third round, and we have not seen a quarterback go off the board yet. And it doesn't look like it's going to happen. I mean, Buffalo, Kansas City, Denver, San Francisco, they're all done. I mean, if they pick a quarterback, the only team I would say would pick a quarterback would be Kyle Shanahan, just because he's a troll. But that's not gonna happen. So
just dangle it in front of Seattle and say, "Looky."
If you're tuning in now, we have the great Matt Waldman on the air with us on draft night, day 2. We've been live all week long, breaking down this draft, getting you ready. And if you're just tuning in, Shane broke the news early about Nakobe Dean dropping, a report by Albert Breer. There's a lot of injury concerns. There's a possibility of a pec surgery.
Pec injury that will be coming up and require surgery. I mean, the Bears went through that with Roquan. He tried to play through it. He wore the harness, and then
it busted.
One tackle away, and boom.
And especially at that position, when you're stacking and guards are coming out, your pec is used so much. Just think about it, the thuds. So that, of course, that's going to create something that's going to concern you. But when you look at this draft going forward, and I know we got another guest in the hole coming up here, but just finish this point. There's a lot of minutia that goes around this, and I just look at this with the Chicago Bears, with the change from Matt negative Nagy and clueless situation with Pace and the collaboration crew, to now this team went in with polls and they said I got him. We could play that clip. I got him. And they decided that this is the problem, that we had a bunch of pussies. We were soft on defense. We called it out every week, the lack of tackling, the lack of toughness. Not only everyone's focused on the offensive line because of Affetti and all of that shit, but when you watch the tape, they weren't tackling. They weren't hustling on the back end.
We got to see it one game, Phil. And we've brought it up times in Minnesota. Yeah,
we saw it one time against Minnesota with all of the rookies in and all of the guys that are, quote, starters.
And guess what? Then they got benched the next week.
And they all got benched the next week. It's a travesty. I'm not changing my tune. I'm just giving you perspective that you don't take it out on the kid. I was hoping a receiver there at 48. I was hoping for a receiver at 39, but I understood the corner. The safety position next to him. I was a huge fan of Tashawn Gibson coming out of Wyoming. Shane could attest to that. He went to the Browns. I was a big fan of it. He was not tackling. That's why they made this choice Listen, let's bring in another family member with us here. These two guys together, fantasy royalty. Let's bring in my guy, Adam Rank from the NFL Network. What's up, Adam? Have you ever met Matt Waldman?
I have not had the pleasure, but
Yes.
nice to meet you.
It was nice to meet you as well.
We're bringing two people together tonight. The
We,
family.
we had James Cohen comment at one point, so we'll
Very nice.
So there we go.
Very cool. You know what? I'm glad I got an opportunity to listen to you for a moment before I came on, because I feel anytime anything happens, I always feel like I'm overly positive, and I'm always willing, especially now, to give Ryan Poles the benefit of the doubt. But I agree with you. I think I had my own self interest for wide receivers, and I even said on plenty of my own shows, on your guys' show, whomever I was on with, is like, F the defense. Let's just go all offense for a change. But it's probably better that they're not trying to appease me, and they're instead trying to, as something that Matt Nagy never got correct, build a culture and build a kind of personality with this Bears team. And Kyler Gordon, it was funny because we had Brendan Chagru on my podcast today, and I'd already resigned myself to the fact. I knew it. I said, we're drafting a corner. There is no doubt in my mind we're drafting a corner. I actually said the kid that Minnesota ended up taking, because I didn't think that Kyler was going to be there. I thought he would have gone off the board already. But I thought that he was a great talent. One of those. I'll let Ryan and all those guys and Ian, I'll let them do the scouting. Like you guys figure out who you want, but I knew it was going to be a corner, and I just was comfortable with it. And when they made the pick, I was not shocked at all. I was I like Kyler Gordon, so I think that's a fine pick. And then the safety sort of threw me off, but again, did we just turn the secondary? We gave up 31 touchdowns through the air last year. Yes. The Rams embarrassed us through the air in week 1. And if we had played better competition, we probably would have been embarrassed a lot more. Did we just kind of I don't know. It feels like it's turned around now. Like with Kyler Gordon, Tommy Graham, you got obviously Jalen Johnson. We got the safety. And I'll be honest with you, the safety, I don't know. I'm going to trust them on that one. That's not a player.
I'm a big fan of the kid from Penn State.
I've not scouted him enough. I'm so sorry.
This kid is a freaking freakish athlete that is not afraid to tackle.
Is he a dick? Is he a dick?
He is a dick.
Good.
He is a dick, but he's a very nice dick that any woman would love.
No, that's fine.
Jackal and Bratcher, could you please clip that? Not the whole part, but just the.
No, but
you can control the middle of the field, and when you think of a guy like Poles and his background and what he did, he's going to be, because the guys who are closer to the middle of the field are the smartest guys on the field for the most part. They're the highest processing guys in the field. They find that even in studies, we joke about it, but even with studies, they find you talk to a guy like Rick Spielman, who's talking about who has the fastest processing scores that they value. And it's quarterbacks, running backs, centers, linebackers, safeties. It's that middle of the field. And if you can dictate the middle, that makes your life easier. And because of the assignment soundness that you have to have, that can create the matchup issues that you need, that often trump stats, where people look at the next gen stats and talk about things like, EPA or different types of efficiency metrics that have some merit, but at the same time, occupying gaps, occupying double teams, executing the assignment. That's not tracked. They don't track down how many times did he execute his assignment on the play based on what the play is. If they did that, they'd probably be blind, doing, having to track all that shit. But, that's the thing that makes this fascinating, is when you control the middle, it's easier from there. So the fact that they got some outside, they got Gordon on the outside, great pick. And then you get Brisker there. You can see what he's trying to do. And especially on defense, where you have to deal with the passing game of these NFC, North teams, and
Pretty
so that's
simple.
good.
If you go to ChicagoBears.com and just look at the Bears roster, your safeties before tonight were Eddie Jackson and DeAndre Houston Carson.
And Dane Cruikshank.
Well, Dane Cruikshank. But I mean, you
But
got
this is-
two guys on 1-year deals.
Exactly.
In a guy that's not living up to expectations at this point. Hopefully they get that fixed. But I mean,
let me say this, Shane. Adrian Amos with Eddie Jackson was a recipe for toughness and success. He covered so much of Eddie's warts. He allowed Eddie to roam because that fucking alley
flash plays, right? He did the dirty work.
He did all the dirty work. When you just go search Brisker on any YouTube clip. So I was focusing on this, just scouting Brisker because I have a little bit of love for Penn State and I watched every game of them last year. This kid is I loved seeing from Georgia so much. This kid was right behind him. This kid's going to fill the freaking alley, do all the dirty work, and maybe, just maybe, they know what the fuck they're doing because their defensive coordinator now was a defensive safeties coach. And listen, when you're putting in the cover 2, and that's going to be your base, and you don't have that alley player that I'm talking, this kid is 4'4". This is a freak athlete. This isn't, a box safety that's taken on. This
Bear
kid
Scout
is a
said when he
freak
ran his 4.52, they actually rejoiced because they're like, now we have a chance for him to be in play.
You're
for
talking
us.
about the corner. This kid ran a 4.4.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
Brisker did.
Corner.
Okay.
The corner ran 4.52, but the difference between 4.52, you try to stop it 4.49 versus 4.52. Ready? 1, 2.
Yeah,
it's this. So when I see all that stuff, I get it. Free Justin. That's why we are saying we crucified Eddie Jackson. If anything, this is going to make Eddie Jackson hopefully be a better Eddie Jackson, right? So when we look though at 71 guys, obviously offensive lineman or wide receiver, right?
I think it's wide. I feel at this point they're not going to. We've talked about it. We've talked about it for weeks on here. But like you said, nobody wanted to listen. I understand the fascination with wide receiver. Ryan Poles is not going to reach for a guy and bypass a better player. This is a team in rebuild. People don't want to admit it, but it just is. If they go out there and there's a 3 technique that they have, I mean, is Perry and Winfrey even went yet?
No, he's not. No. I keep looking for him because he's somebody you gotta be. If
my point is, just
3 technique is going to be a big key here too. You're right.
Yeah,
39. We thought a wide receiver was going. Then we're all right. He didn't go 48. All right, now it's going to be 71. They're not going to bypass a guy that's higher on their board just to reach for a wide receiver. Brian Perez was on with us, so you have Darnell Mooney. They went out and invested in Byron Pringle for a year to see what they can do with him. They just brought in David Moore. We don't know how they feel on last year's draft pick from North Carolina. Daz Newsome is a guy,
Somebody wanted to know what Matt Waldman thought of Daz Newsome.
Yeah. Well,
late round pick, definitely I liked him more than Shi Smith, who was like another different Carolina product, but who was more athletic. Newsome to me was a sneaky good slot receiver who can help you on special teams, good after the catch, tracks the ball well, doesn't make a lot of mistakes that he shouldn't make. So if he can grow into the role, I think he can be a contributor, probably not a high-end producer.
Yeah. His biggest thing that we've heard behind the scenes is, and guys run into this problem, and it's not on the field. It's, all right, you're in the NFL now, bud. You gotta learn how to be a pro. You have to take practice seriously. And this is a transition for all of these guys. It's not practice. Let's get this over with and let's get to Sunday.
Yeah, because practice is this way. And when you go to college, they wake you up, They check off whether you ate breakfast, whether you went to the morning lift or whatever activity was in the morning. They make sure you went to class. They monitor that you went to class. Basically, you might have an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours where they're not watching you, but they still want to make sure you get to bed on time and that you've hit study hall. So they track everything for the most part, except for certain parts of the week. When you get to the pros, now the pros is a private lesson league where people think they get coached up. The idea that they get coached up is ridiculous. They get coached up on scheme and they get coached up on game plan. But when the great Tony Gonzalez, as we've talked about here before, when he goes on the top 100 on the NFL.com and says, I led the league in drops my second year. It was awful. I had to develop a curriculum on my own to get better, and I made my coaches or anybody I could find help me work through it before and after practice every day, and then all the time through the off season. And that's what made me a great football player. It's those things that you do in drills for, that you might get 3 reps every day in drills for 5 minutes that you actually have to drill for much longer to really get it down. And these guys don't realize that oftentimes, or they knew it, and that's why they were 5-star athletes and top players and get picked by the Alabamas of the world, and they continue to do it when they get to the league.
Brian Asamoah.
He's a very nice dick that any woman would love.
Oh, my God.
Jesus Christ. Talk about
that.
Oh, my God. Oh. Why am I? How do I get my face out of that clip? I need to not be associated with
Lee, what the hell is going on?
Speaking of that guy, we are live tonight with all of our TTNL family and friends on this draft night. The new era Chicago Bears. Let's add another one of those guys. You just saw him. He's like wondering what the hell I said. That's so out of context.
No
Shane.
context. No context.
Thank you, Shane. Hey, there he is.
I'm glad that he stuck around. I thought that would have been an instant.
Yeah, I should have did
that. I don't think I can take it. My internet froze. I couldn't make it. Like, what are you guys
like, here about? We go again.
Here we go. What is Phil doing now? Listen.
What's going on,
Everybody's reacting with the disappointment. This network with Matt Waldman, Adam Rank, and now you, Kenneth Davis, with my guy, the smartest man, and myself, breaking down this new era. Ryan Poles, Eberflus obviously wanted to clean up the defense and get rid of the softness and bring in some physicality and some really great talent on the back end. We're just talking about 71s coming up here, but what did you think, Kenneth, so far of the first 2 picks?
Before I dip into that, I haven't talked to my man. It's one of you guys I talk to the least amount, unfortunately. So I need to get my Rally update. How's the baby doing, Shane? How's Rally doing?
He's doing great. Cap was on and asked the same thing. We went for our 90-day scan on Wednesday to make sure that there was no bad stuff in there, and it came back completely clean, looking great. And
stuff more important than what we're talking here. So
that's absolutely.
That's important.
He's busy being an 11-year-old. He made his travel basketball team, so we're traveling for that and then doing that whole thing. And he's still working on page 864 of Matthew Waldman's RSP, trying to get through it. But
he's working out with it too, right?
Yes, absolutely. But no, he
just squats with that thing.
He's enjoying life like every 11-year-old boy should, and not getting any sleep in this house because of our almost 11-month-old daughter now at this point. But no, I appreciate you asking, man.
You're on the air, baby. You're on.
You're on. What are your thoughts, Kenneth?
All right. Kyler Gordon, I think we all saw coming, so that one, that's whatever. And it's the problem is what I want, all right, compared to what makes it. I don't know. I'm working through this, guys. This is going on, all right. I'm emotional, but I know I'm in my fan head and being emotional. A lot of us, all of us, have been disappointed in Eddie Jackson. All right. So his time on the clock, it should have been ticking. All the clean slate stuff, it sounds good. All right, you want to firm up this defense. My only issue was there was a chance to get some talent at wide out, yo. That's just the truth of the matter. Is that the most important thing? A little bit when you got Justin Fields out there and your wide receiver room looks the way your wide receiver room looks. And it hurt more when they all went back to back to back. I don't care who you wanted, all right? We can all differ on who we wanted. But all right, so for instance, I was a Watson guy. Bring me the concentration drops. Bring it all over here. All right. I wanted that my way. All right.
Christian Watson.
Yes, I want it. Not to say he will ever be this player, right? But I remember 95 or whatever. I remember a player dropping from Marshall, ended up at a team that actually in my own division I actually liked in Minnesota, right? And I just remember marveling and talking to my dad. Not to say he will ever be Randy Moss. But I like looking at stuff like that. All right. Just me personally. I like to view that from my hometown. I mean,
This invention here is called the Cobb Quickie.
What's going on in this piece, man?
Not me.
What the hell is happening over here?
We need something to bring up this mode for you.
That's
Randy
not gonna help
Moss.
me. Hold on.
Randy Moss, Christian Watson. That's
I know.
interesting.
Did we just you compared Randy Moss?
Yeah,
to
he's not gonna.
Christian
Watson.
He's not gonna be Pete Moss, bro.
No. Listen, you get what I
Santana
mean.
Moss, maybe?
No.
Rand.
All right. Listen, bust my balls all
They
you
like
want.
that Pete Moss.
The point that I'm making is a tall, lanky guy that can take the roof off is what I was
Alec
saying.
Pierce,
that I
Pickens.
want. Alex Pierce was Alex Pierce
Christian
and Pickens were
Watson.
guys that I wanted. All of those guys I wanted. Not to
Yeah.
say that I'm right.
What
as
about
far as they're
David Bell?
doing-
He's still out there.
No. All right. That's
No,
not what you're not getting what I said.
This-
I wanted.
Just based
Okay,
on
this-
speed.
I'm all
Is that just
measure
based on
scheme
speed?
measurables over here this year. This year, I forget intangibles.
Great
I'm
hands.
I'm not using rational football at all.
Oh,
right
so,
now.
all right. Did
I'm
you get
telling you, I'm-
did you get the
I'm-
Ryan Pace book of scouting all trade?
Oh, my God.
No, because Ryan Pace would have never done what I desired. All right, he would have got someone. He would have got Kevin White. This kid's route tree may not be as sophisticated.
Oh.
It's not Kevin White coming out of West Virginia though. All right, it's
Yeah.
not that. I'm just telling you my bias. Can I come on here and tell you my
Yes.
bias?
And it's
Yes.
a West
I'm
Coast
telling you
route
my-
tree. It's a West
someone
Coast route tree too.
That's
Someone
Yeah,
can
yes.
open up and tell you they're biased. I'm telling you, I'm being very biased here.
I think
all right?
you're on with everybody that loves wide receiver. We're all
Yeah.
have
The
admitted
Browns
that.
just took
Yeah.
corner Martin Emerson.
Yes, they did.
Wow.
But yeah,
That
that was
means we're
my
Three
issue.
picks away here.
That was
to
my
go-
issue.
what if
But
we
the
do
guy-
get a
listen,
wide receiver?
What if
and you
we
don't
get
like
a-
you don't
exactly.
like David Bell. Like if we're gonna make irrational comparisons, David Bell. The problem with him is the same thing that dogged Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp was this productive player. He goes
Very
to
good
the
point.
Senior Bowl and crushes it, and then he goes to the combine and his time is slow, and then everybody decides that he can't play football anymore. And I think the same
Except
things
this
happened to David
network.
Bell. Yeah,
But
not
I-
us. But like now, like I felt like the same thing happened to David Bell. I'm like, everybody loved this guy just like 2 weeks ago. And then he fell off the face of the earth because his 40 time wasn't quite up there. So
I had
we'll see.
someone text me, this kid hurt himself so much by going to the combine because of what you're saying, Adam. And I agree with you.
Cooper Kupp went in the third round, correct?
Yes,
Yep,
he did.
third round
was.
play. Yeah.
Yeah.
That should have been after the Senior Bowl. He should have been obviously now. But Cooper Kupp should have been a first rounder because I watched, it's obviously on the NFL Network. Watch the practices. I'll be honest, I didn't watch a lot of Eastern Washington, but I was intrigued by Cooper Kupp coming into that season. I'll just be honest with you. So I was intrigued with Cooper Kupp coming into that Senior Bowl, and then he crushed practices, crushed the game. You're like, this is the guy. Like, this
Listen,
guy.
yeah, Cooper Kupp. The funny thing about Cooper Kupp is that 40 times don't stick with wide receiver as much as people realize. And on top of that, if there's anything that does stick that should, it's acceleration and short area change of direction, which he was quicker and in those areas than Allen Robinson, who is known to be that quick. And he like Adam said, man, he dominated the drills in the Senior Bowl in press release, using different releases, doing it with the cone drills where they put you 5 yards apart and say, don't run outside these cones. And I watched it, he's great with his hands and feet in terms of being a runner. And I laugh because my favorite player, my favorite guy other than Adam on the NFL Network, is Steve Smith, the truth teller. And when I was watching the combine and seeing Cooper Kupp, and they were about to go on to somebody else, and Steve was like, hold on, let's not skip this guy. This is my favorite receiver in the class. I just laugh because he's the same. I loved him too, but it's like people forget that it's the first 10 yards that matter, and he was elite as an athlete there. But more importantly, he knew if you run good routes and you process the game fast, you can play faster than any 4.3 dude who doesn't know what the fuck's going on.
Real quick, Phil, just to get off the wide receivers just for a second, and a guy that we have been talking about all night, Nakobe Dean. It is being reported that he has been told that he needs surgery and that he has declined to have it. So that is why why he's falling. That's why he is in free fall.
Wow. And you're looking at a GM who signed Larry the Jedi Knight Obi-Wan Kenobi and had to turn that away because of injury. So as much as I love Dean, the football player, I have said it 3-4 times tonight. I have a better rating than Roquan with Dean as I watched his tape. This injury obviously is scaring people off, and it should. That's part of this whole process. You can't bring in injured guys when other players are going to help you now. This is a now league. Everybody's saying it at the quarterback. Is every position. You mess up the draft, you mess up a high pick, your media and everybody is going to continue to destroy you. So it's so hard to be disciplined, and that's where I'm seeing this. I think Kenneth was just being honest, defending my boy, that he wanted a certain guy, and I respect that. I wanted Alec Pierce, and he went, but I don't think Bear fans are fair.
No.
And I'm afraid that they're going to take it out on that kid.
You said Bears fans are fair.
They're not.
Never.
And I was afraid that they're going to take it on the kid.
There's a reason why we're not fair. Look, again, this is the thing. I led with this for the past few weeks. Okay. I was in this. You
Bears are on the clock. Just
Bears are on the clock. Let's don't forget your point. I want everyone's choice here.
Shakir.
Here we go. We're going around. Matt Waldman.
Pound that. Get up on that table and pound it, Matt Waldman.
There we go.
Shakir, right here.
There he goes.
Never got the motorboat shirt on as well.
Look at you. Adam, you got a guy right here?
I don't. No, don't listen to me.
Do you have
don't listen to me.
Just a position.
I would love to go wide receiver, but again, I've now deferred to this team and allowed Poles and Eberflus to kind of figure out what is the best for this team long term, and it might not satisfy what we want. And I'm a fantasy guy too, so of course I'm locked into wide receivers and everything like that.
Exactly.
And so I just had to, I gotta take their point of view and try to understand where they're going. I actually like David Bell. That would be me. But
that's a great
go trenches. Go trenches right here. Go trenches.
Rainman from Central Michigan.
Yeah, Friere just went off the board a couple of picks ago.
Chicago is on the clock. I have nerves. My stomach is nervous for this pick because I love David Bell here. I love my guy Romeo. Where I can see Adam Rank on the NFL. Wherefore
reporting that the Panthers have just traded up, so I don't know if that must.
There could be a trade.
Yeah,
Chicago. This could be a.
This is a trade down.
So if they're going with,
they're talking to Cleveland. We reported the Athletic is reporting that they're in advanced trade talks with Cleveland for Baker Mayfield, but they're saying there's who is reporting it?
I thought there was a trade up. Justin Ross, big play football player, first round talent. Then he obviously is playing with toughness and pride. A broken, what was it?
Jones fracture.
Jones fractured. You find out he's playing with that. Then all of a sudden he is no longer the player. I love what Adam Rank and Waldman are preaching here with David Bell.
Kenneth, what are you going to do if we go punter here?
I would lose my fucking mind.
I'm slapping this computer down so hard. I'm not doing anything for the rest of the night when it comes to talking sports whatsoever if that takes place.
Dan Weeder recording. The Bears are on the clock and the phone lines are wide open.
Jalen Tolbert, Matt Waldman. Jalen Tolbert. Thoughts on him from South Alabama?
I mean, you've got the height, you got the length, speed. Certainly can make difficult catches. It's just the releases and routes that he's going to have to grow into, the conceptual, technical aspects of the game with route running that have to get better. But overall, you have a high upside player in that regard. He's not quite Christian Watson in that regard, but let's say he's kind of a tier below Christian Watson in terms of an upside player who could eventually become a high-end contributor.
You got Pernell Winfrey still out there. 3 technique.
Has
they go
Jones
defense
went from
again.
UConn?
No, he hasn't. My boy from my home state, UConn. Muma went. Dang, this kid wants the giant, the mountain, the Samoan mountain from Minnesota. Raymond's still out there. I'm looking at this situation here, and I have no idea. But the pick is in. The pick is in, gentlemen.
Yes,
the pick is in for the Chicago Bears. There is no trade down. Polls did talk about a trade down.
But you gotta, but I mean, that's always a great theory. Like, I know, but it's like, I always want to do that. Like, it would have been awesome. But I mean, if nobody's willing to trade up or to give up enough to move into those spots.
Saylor's still out there, huh? From Georgia, the offensive guard.
Ooh.
Sawyer, yeah.
I remember studying Luke Getsy when he was a quarterback.
Yeah.
Did you? You did?
Yeah, I think it was the first year I started studying players.
Jesus.
Velus Jones?
What's that?
That's somebody just tweeted out. Maybe that was a.
I didn't see any of that. The
Zimmerman
pick is in. We're still waiting. From Tennessee, the wide receiver.
Velus. It was a typo. I was gonna say
Velus Jones, Matt Waldman. Wow.
That's a speed special teams guy. He is a traits player, so that fits Kenneth's ideal in terms of at least from a speed standpoint, but not the height and length that you're looking for from a player. Yeah, and I'm kind of with you on this pick. It's like he's a return specialist who you can put on gadget plays, design screens, RPOs, and then you're hoping he can become a route runner. He's kind of he was a transfer from USC who just it didn't show up on the field, but it showed up a lot in Senior Bowl practices, and there's a lot of hype about that. But as any wide receiver coach will tell you, you can even go to guys who, teach these people the techniques. You'll see him. I mean, he can make moves, he can make people miss, but the overall route running outside of zone coverage is not unbelievable. So he's a developmental guy, if you ask me, beyond just a very specific situational fit or special teams.
Velus Jones.
Real quick, let me just say something, just to get to Adam Rank's point. This was the thing. I came into this a few weeks ago and said, I'm going to be irrational, and I'm not going to use my. I'm being honest with you.
No, it's good. No, I like it.
I can do that. I'm not saying that you're looking, not like that. But I was saying, like, look, instead of most of the times, it's funny talking about Bell. I was like, I don't want the intangible guy, and I said. And I could be wrong, and the guy that I want could be a bust, but I'm being irrational. At this point, I am extremely unhappy with Velus. I hate to say it, Velus, because I wanted a length guy. I would have settled. I was settled on Alec Pierce. I would have even gone with, and I know it's George, Carl Pickens Jr. basically. But this is just, and again, this isn't the most important thing. We're still in a situation where this team is rebuilding. But I had desires and urges, and they weren't met. And I'm slightly underwhelmed. I'm not even slightly. I'm slightly underwhelmed when it comes to the Velus Jones pick. And I don't miss anything bad on this young man, but man, I wanted something. And
he's 23 years old. He's
a bit older. He's a little bit older, like you said.
4.3, 140, 4.31. You're seeing that what Waldman's talking about, speed. I remember them playing against. Was it Alabama and they were in the game, and this kid showed up in that game. And made some big plays for them with the quarterback transfer from Michigan. But you know, they scouted this kid.
No, he is not 23. He will turn 25.
I was say he's older. Yeah,
is he older?
He's one of the older guys. Yeah, he is definitely older. I think he's
May 11th, 1997. He will be 25 on a couple of weeks, or not even.
You know, special teams player of the year, at least I think in the SEC. I mean, maybe they're just valuing that special teams aspect of it. And again, these are trench guys who are playing in the middle of the field, wanting to do special teams. It may not be, you know, with our expectation of wanting a wide receiver, that would it sucks compared to what you wanted to have if that was your expectation. But if you're looking for him as mainly a special teams guy who can help a little bit as a situational guy, he could wind up being a good pick for them in the third round if he hits big as a return specialist. But that's
somebody can flip the field.
62 catches last year, 807 yards, 7 touchdowns was his stat line for last year. Older player. I'm sorry, I read that wrong, Shane. You're right. He's gonna be 25 in May.
He'll be able to rent a car here in a couple of days.
Yeah,
perfect.
If you're tuning in, we got all of our boys on the show tonight. Matt Waldman, Adam Rank, and Kenneth Davis breaking down the first ever Ryan Poles draft. You see, the biggest trait, aside from his age and the fact that he can rent a car, is the fact that he is a speedster. So to Kenneth's point, Ken, you wanted that go out there and get it. Darnell Mooney's a 4.3 guy, and now you're adding another one. It's not the polished receiver that any of us had ranked that high. None of us did. But this is one of those things. Ken, what did I say? Every Bears fan, and Adam, we talked about this on your show. You all have the right to go like this now. You show me. I'm tired. I'm tired of this bullshit. I'm tired of it. Now we got to trust this process to see what these guys do in their offense.
I will say this too. Like when you watched him play both at USC and Tennessee, we need to like envision him playing for the Chiefs the last couple of years and the kind of players that the Chiefs, and I'm not saying he's Tyreek Hill, but like those annoying
Hardman,
those annoying assholes that like, listen, he's not going to go out and win your fantasy league, not by any stretch of the imagination. But when you need a big play and teams of the other, fans of the other team are like, who the fuck is this guy? Like, why did he just catch a 68-yard touchdown? Like those annoying type players, which I think are important sometimes to have. Like, it's not, I think that sometimes, and listen, I'm as irrational as everybody, but I think sometimes you just have to understand, like, sometimes you need situational players. Like we're talking about, and I don't want to be like Devin Hester was this way, but a little bit, like if there is somebody who can change the game in small ways that is a fearsome player, and if he is and if they are able to use him in the return game, how big that can be and how big special teams can be. I mean, just look at the way that the Packers lost last year in the playoffs. Is you could have used a guy who could have, done something on special teams. And I think for the Bears, and what Ryan Poles is trying to do now is he's trying to find guys to fill out this roster who will have specific roles and do specific things. And, I would have loved to have had, a lot more. Like I had a prototype as well. But again, I'm just going to allow it and be like, okay, like you haven't done us wrong yet. Right. If we get into year 3 and we're not winning games and you're still drafting,
your ass is out of here. Yeah. Keep talking. Listen, this is the cliff. This is Adam talking. This is me slowly.
Desmond Ridder
right.
to the
totally
Falcons.
Right. You're totally right. You're totally
but this
right.
This is the narrowing in his mind. Maybe it's the narrowing of margins in the game, the narrowing of it. So then you say, you know what, we're going to lean on Justin and David Montgomery. And we're going to lean on them hard to make these plays when it's close in the game. and then we can get that receiver either in free agency, we can get that receiver through a trade or in the draft next year, now that we've gotten everything else kind of narrowed in at this game. But Desmond Ridder is a fascinating pick for the Falcons at this stage. So the first quarterback off the board since round 1.
Yep.
I mean, the book on him is certainly the big arm. He can move. He elevated that program, and those are kind of the nice broad bullet points. The specific ones are the footwork with the accuracy needs to be better. He has that baseball style pitcher stance when he throws, which leads to ball sailing or dropping depending on the distance of the throw. The further the throw is, the more they're going to sail. The shorter it is, the more they're going to drop. And I've joked, I wish him the best, but the thing about quarterbacking that a lot of people I think miss is it's about processing speed. And that processing speed is understanding the difference between danger and no danger. People looked at Patrick Mahomes and they thought reckless, but it was actually daring and ingenious because everything had logic behind it, even back at Texas Tech. He was just very fast with it. When you look at a guy like with Ridder, the problem that I have with him, there's a lot of plays on his tape where you see danger, no danger, and he doesn't know the difference. And you wish there was something, that Elon Musk could come ahead and plant a chip in his head that made his vision go red or green the minute he sees the leverage, because he doesn't really read that leverage very well. And that's the thing that's very difficult to correct if you're at this point and you don't see that difference. So if he can get past that, he could be a good player. But you've got a Mariota type of player on a team that already has Mariota in that respect. And in the pocket, he's a little better at moving in the pocket. I mean, Mariota is mobile, but he runs into pressure. Ritter's a little better than that. It's just now, can he make those accelerated plays, or is he going to be Alex Smith? And when the decision comes, he knew the right decision on the whiteboard, but it took him too long to get the confirmation that he felt good about to make those 3 to 5 plays a game that elevate your team. When defenses say, we know how to stop you, we're going to make you do something you're uncomfortable with at this point in the game. And that's the difference between a Baker Mayfield and a Patrick Mahomes. A guy who can start for you if you need him to, and a guy who you hope you have on your team. And, that's where Ritter's at.
So moving into day 3, I think something the Bears fans should probably look at, because as these draft picks fall off and we see what direction Ryan Poles is going in these drafts, RAS score is something that is coming up and is very high. It looks to be on Ryan Poles and Ian Cunningham's list. At MathBomb, Kent Platty does a great job develop the RAS score. The 3 RAS scores, the 3 scores for the guys that we got.
Do we have a picture of this one too, or no?
Yeah, I'll get him up there. Okay. Kyler Gordon was 9.69, and this is a score out of 10. Jaquan Brisker was 9.12, and where was that? There it goes. Velus Jones Jr.
Velus?
Yeah, Velus Jones Jr. 9.05. So you don't see a whole lot of scores consistently over 9. I mean, 9 is amazingly athletic and explosive, and the first 3 picks under the Ryan Poles era have been +9s in that Kent Platty at MathBomb RAS score.
Speed was a thing, Shane. We talked about a lot.
Well, Phil, if you listen, I know Waldman's not, but we watch the Bears games, guys. Just watch on kickoff, and you can't tell me that you don't see the difference in team speed when you're watching the Bears versus whoever the hell they're playing. It's monumentally different just on special teams. I
totally agree.
Coverage teams, it's crazy. The Bears for years back when Lovey, hey, we're gonna look great coming off the bus. We're drafting all these guys, and then they put them on a fucking ice rink on a shitty field to play on. Did that make sense, right? We're going to draft all these highly athletic guys and put them on an ice rink. This is why the Bears are where they are as an organization, because we're going to more concerned about home field advantage and our sloppy turf and bare weather and all that bullshit that doesn't matter. Get football players.
See, I see comments coming up, and I get it.
Yeah, I love that everybody's given up already.
Exactly.
Like, these guys haven't even stepped on the goddamn field.
They haven't even gotten
Bears fans. We're Bears fans.
I remember this. I remember this, Adam. Darnell Mooney. I was like, I don't know about this guy. He's so thin and he looks frail. And now watching him compete on this level, he blocked better than your fucking tight ends, your fullback, and everybody on the offense. It's the determination. This GM, for all we know, Velus led the country at USC in kick returns. He's a 4-3 guy. Shane's
he's a dope player. Yeah,
he's a tough football guy. This seems to be speed, and do they love the game of football kind of draft. This is what you have to see. Now, I kid you not, I would have taken Bell or my guy Romeo Dubs there based on my rankings. But listen, you got to give these what rank is saying. You have to let these guys play. Everyone was bagging on David Montgomery's he was too slow. Yeah, he broke a lot of time, but he's too slow. He's not going to do that in the NFL. Now, this network, myself, led by me, call him elite. And let's get the fucking pads on. Let's see what they're going to do. This is his first draft. There has to be patience in this. I would have done something different. We're going to break down the tape of these guys because, Adam, what happens with the tape? It never
Never lies.
That's right.
Never lies. You know what? If you ever, and by the way, if you're apocalyptic about the draft and you think that you're despondent and nothing works, I implore you right now to go back and watch highlights from other draft shows of other years. And what I'm specifically thinking of is John Gruden sitting there going on and on about Johnny Manziel, and he rips the Raiders for taking this kid out of Buffalo instead of taking Johnny Manziel, which shows and I know John Gruden's not somebody who studies the draft. He's a personality that, they sober him up for 2 weeks and then put him out in front of a TV screen to let him go do his thing. But he, I don't. No. I don't.
He was worried about the fucking Cobb Quickie 20 minutes ago.
I don't mean that in a bad way.
I love it.
But I'm just saying, even Daniel Jeremiah, who studies this shit all the time. You still just don't know. And I love the idea that, somebody like Ryan Poles, who's coming from a great organization, somebody who is a part of an organization that turns out winners every year, that all right, I might not have done this. And I know, I'm with you. I agree with you. I had my own ideas of guys that I wanted to take at certain spots. I had finally talked myself out of George Pickens because I just knew. You saw the right, Kenneth, as you were talking about it, we knew they were going corner. There was no way out of this. So I'm just let's do it. And now I'm gonna be that asshole who walks up and be I'm only gonna Velus Jones. I'm buying his fucking jersey. How about that? And I'm gonna go out. He's the next Debo. Why don't we can shift the narrative right now? Why not? We don't fucking know. Let's just go for that.
Let's take that argument to another degree and say, what's smarter? Okay, getting George Pickens, who needs to improve his routes, his releases, his work ethic, possibly, if that's true, his position at the catch point, and you need to start him right away because management picked him early enough that you need to put him on the field as an outside receiver, and he's not on the same page with your young quarterback who needs his receivers to be on the same page, and now you expect him to run every route in your offense and understand all these nuances. Or do you pick a guy like Velus Jones who you can just run schemed plays with that are high impact scheme plays that he doesn't have to do all that. He just has to get to a spot more often than not and use what he already has in his arsenal. And you know that you're not pressured to put him on the outside. You allow him to be a constraint player with gadget plays. You can use him a little out of the backfield. You can use him on special teams. And you can get him at a cheaper price without the expectations that are out, that are overweighted towards doing things that you shouldn't have to do. And it helps your offense in enough of a way without breaking the bank or raising expectations. And then you can draft good players around all that. That would be the winning argument if that works out. And sometimes that goes counter to us, who are all like, we're looking for the future Randy Mosses of the world when there's only fucking one Randy Moss who will ever play the game. And if we don't get those early round guys, if you don't get the guys in the first, 40 to 60 picks, then yeah, you start looking at guys who can help you right away in some role. And he can do it in 2 different roles, which is still pretty damn good.
I'm not down on this draft. I'm down on not getting what I wanted.
No,
we
know this is fair.
No. This isn't to you. This isn't to any of you. This is. Right. I thought we were talking to the people watching. Everyone. Of course. I'm doing that. Can I do that too? Can I? Please. I was going with the vibe.
Apologies.
Forget it. Fuck all this. You guys know. The point that I was trying to make is this. One thing that I've said time and time again is a lot of times being a Bears fan, we're pessimists. And unfortunately, one of the best times is when you get a new regime because it's a glimmer of hope, right? I think these guys are competent. I actually like what I've heard from Ryan Poles. And just because me sitting on the outside, he's not doing what my fan ass desires, I'm not upset. I'm just upset like a spoiled child that I didn't get what the hell that I wanted in this draft. And saying that, I think these are sound picks. Now, I'll hold judgment on Velus. You know what I'm saying? It will be. Listen, if he's an excellent kick returner, I'm down with it. And if you get the added point of you can put him in scheme wise on offense, I'm even more down with it. But with the cornerback and with the safety, I like it. It's not sexy, and I mean, who doesn't like sex? But it's not sexy, but I get it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying to everyone out here that's like, oh my goodness, and all that. We got to wait. We have to see. And more importantly, really, it's after next year's draft and free agency when we can start getting a little bit more upset with what's taking place with this team, with all the holes that they have on this team right now. That was the only point I want to make, guys. No. I just want to say that little bit.
Solid point. No, I agree. I agree with all of that. And I also think too, talking about all the holes with this team, I've been kind of comparing this to the Philadelphia Eagles and what they were able to do with A.J. Brown. I feel like we're following the Eagles. Like we're a year behind the Eagles.
Yep.
And I hope that next year we get into a position that whatever big name wide receiver wants to get out of town, we're like, oh, we'll take him. And then you can add it that way. And I think right now it was just important, as you said, to just like, you know what? They're not sexy picks, but I think they're going to ultimately be good football players. And I think that's good for right now.
Up next on the Under Center podcast. Was that what you were saying, Kenneth?
I'm just saying. I mean, I hate to be out here cursing in the streets, just letting it fly out. But I had to let a little bit of fly out right now. But that's all I'm saying. I hate to a degree right now that people are in angst. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm out here joking. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I have with my desire for Christian Watson, I was full on like, boy, this kid could be a bust. But guess what? I want it. That's irrational. But it's what I wanted, right? But you got to also just play it straight too. All right. Like we know that the secondary. So I was talking to Sean and Maya today, and he was talking about that Thomas Graham needs to get the chance to be the opposite cornerback. And I'm like, dude, stop. All right. Like
I agree there. That's too much pressure.
Yeah, it also listen. They don't know what he can do. If they would have went into the year and they didn't shore up that secondary, we would be upset with what there'd be a dereliction of their duty. So it's not sexy, but when you look at these guys and everything after, of course, we all kind of knew Gordon, but with Brisker, when you read up on him and look at him, it's like okay, now a little bit more keeping their heads in the game and stuff like that. But it's like all right, I get it. All right, now let's see how this goes. And Matt Eberflus. I think Matt Eberflus can affect his system here in Chicago. So if you get the guys behind it, I'm with it. Is it sexy to me? No, but I'm with it. You know what I'm saying?
Like the fact that you can honestly listen. Football is sexy with the Super Bowl and the halftime show and the commercials, but really it comes down to blocking and tackling. And receivers are secondary to that. I'm sorry. In a passing league and fantasy, I know Adam and Waldman are going to be upset with me, but
how dare you?
You have to be able to stop being soft. And how do you do that? You get people that are going to go out there and play the game fast. They got fast guys. They have tacklers. My father said it well before the draft. He'll be on the show tomorrow, breaking down the end of the draft. He said the best corner in this draft is the kid from Washington.
He graduated with Velus Jones, your dad.
Did he have 300,000 credit hours?
Listen, my father loved the kid from Washington. So it is to what Kenneth's point is. I'm sorry. The McShays and all of these people in the world that put these names out there, how many of them had Wayne Corbett on their list, had Julian Edelman on their list? It's probably that guy over there, Danny Woodhead. The Chicago Bears are now saying, what have I preached, Shane? I've said the team is a reflection of the head coach. This guy comes on and said, the team is a reflection of me. Watch the tape and watch me. He said everything I've wanted to hear from a head coach. Matt Nagy couldn't be the French fry fucking cook at McDonald's right now. Now we're sitting here with a guy that's saying the right things. I hope he can do exactly what it is that I believe they're doing. And they did it. They drafted guys that love football. And that's what I believe you're going to get. Now, I would have went in different directions, but that's where I believe we have to trust the process.
Phil,
and to Adam's point was great. I'm going to get behind Velus. And I want to see, I think that's important to do because the negativity is so dumb.
Phil, we talked about it earlier and you brought it up and Kenneth essentially did too. And I think it is very important. Just because we don't agree with the pick, it's not who we wanted, doesn't mean that these guys aren't fabulous football players or even just good football players or just guys that can contribute. It doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? It's I can remember back in 98, I was probably as mad as I've ever been when the Bears passed on Randy Moss and took Curtis Enis. I couldn't figure it out. So, you know, at the time before Curtis Enis did his Curtis Enis thing, he was actually playing pretty good until he blew out his knee. Believe it or not. Yeah. But you went into that entire season hating Curtis Enis because you wanted Randy Moss so bad. And it's
typical. My first draft at Radio City Music Hall, I remember, I think it was someone with Darius Hayward Bay. And I remember seeing people like this guy
Al Davis
night with a Darius Hayward Bay Jacksonville made jersey, like a specialized DHB jersey. And I remember when they picked their player and it wasn't DHB, this guy, I saw him stand up in the audience, take off his shirt, throw it down. This was like the first, third or fourth pick in the draft. Throw it down and walk out. He waited all night to get in the Radio City Music Hall.
You have to wait. You have to wait days.
Yeah,
those tickets.
Yeah, and he left.
I was out there one year waiting
over that.
The Greg Olson draft. I was out there at 3 a.m. waiting to go into Radio City Music Hall. I wanted to experience being in New York one time. Yeah. And to your point, Adam, you went all in. Like I put that comment up there. How is almost 25, almost 30? Come on. Stop. This is the stuff I'm talking about. He's almost 25.
Well, maybe he's going to bring some maturity to the team.
Yeah. How many guys play more than 3 years in the league anyway? Yeah,
Look, listen, I like that we do the age thing, and it's always fun. It's fun to hear this guy's 24, 25. Listen, and I hate to say this because it's kind of just going on with Matt said, dog, we may only need this guy for about 5 years. All right. Yeah. But it's like let's be honest. By the time, if he's really good, when he starts sniffing around for real cash, if our front office is doing what they're supposed to be doing, they probably should be moving on anyway. So
we're trading him. Yeah. Look at all the receipts. I hope he gets to a point where he's Deebo Samuel and we just trade his ass in 4 years. Like he's going to be 90 at his second contract. It's like, who gives a fuck? Play excellent for 4 years, and then we're going to trade you. Like, I know it sucks, but that's the way football is. Like, okay, that's fine. Play great for 4 years.
And if he's that great, then you keep him because he's going to play till he's fucking 36 and can barely move. But he has that old man game where he's posting up on everybody, and you can't stop him because he knows where he's supposed to be and knows when to do it and reads everything well. So
I think a healthy way to change a little bit of perspective on this, just as a Bears fan and as a guy that analyzes this entire process, is Ryan Poles is an offensive lineman. His sidekick, Ian Cunningham, is an offensive lineman. Do you think that this is a major tip of the fucking cap to Larry Borum and Tevin Jenkins?
That's what I would say.
Yeah.
That's what I would like.
Think about that.
Yeah.
I thought people had the wrong idea with that. Like, it feels like a validation for those two guys. Like,
sure
okay.
Does. Sure. It's not like there wasn't guys that were available at 39. I mean,
I have said this many times, and Kenneth was there to witness. Give me a tackle or give me death. Tevin Jenkins was my guy. And I love this.
Come on, it's all of our guys. Like, here's a few of our guys, though, Phil, last year. I want some of that.
No, I'm just saying, people are still bagging on him. People are bagging on him. Like, I don't give a fuck where anybody's lining up in April. I want to see come September where Tevin Jenkins is, and I will bet you it'll be starting at left tackle. And that's what I see and saw on the tape. And I showed you those things. And my father, again, I'll bring him up. His favorite tackle was Larry Borum in that draft. And you got both of them on the Bears. And to Shane's point here, I think tonight is a big tip of the hat to those guys in the line. Now, tomorrow, there could be this.
You're at 148 and 150.
Yeah, you're 148,
so
150.
You're going to be waiting a little bit. But
my guy, Lasita Smith, is still out there. There's a lot of.
Where's the right guard at?
That's Lasitas. I love Lasita Smith.
There's a guy also in that. I know there's probably people that are going to roll their eyes. We've had him on this network multiple times.
Right?
No. I'm talking about a guy on the roster. From Yale.
Our guy Dieter Eisland. And I have broken him down on our network from Yale. This kid started playing football when he was 17 years old and went to Yale and became an All-American. The untapped talent was never, ever, it was all politics with Nagy and Pace. And this network is so another great point, Shane. Well, our Dieter Eisland love.
And one other way to look at it too, Phil, is you have to look ahead Tuesday, the compensatory free agents. Once you start signing guys, Tuesday is the deadline for that. You could go out and they could sign an Eric Fisher, let's say, or another corner like Xavier Rhodes, or was a guy that was connected to the Bears. Those don't count against the compensatory formula anymore. After that,
exactly.
With these drafts,
so the Bears have a little bit better.
Yeah, the Bears have. Before this draft, the Bears had 21 open slots. So they just drafted 3 guys. So now think about that. They're down to 18. They have 3 draft picks left. So now you're going to back that up to 15. So now are they going to bring in 15 undrafted free agents? My guess would be no. It may be approaching that, but you're going to see 3 to 4 veteran NFL players, to Waldman's point earlier with Justin Fields. Maybe they go out and bring in another vet wide receiver that's not going to get everybody excited, but a guy that can provide a little bit of consistency, a guy that's been in the NFL for 4 or 5, 6 years that can go out there and catch the football. These guys no longer will count against the compensatory formula. That's going to, that's why you see the Bears never have comp picks when teams like Baltimore live and die with those essentially. Every single year, they're getting multiple 3s thrown back into their hopper of draft picks for free agents lost, and then they manipulate the NFL draft every single year and get they've got it down. Go look at Baltimore. Just took your guy from UConn, Phil, a few picks ago.
They do it all the time. They draft well. They see football players, and I don't know what I can say any more than I've already said, that you got to trust the process. Speaking of the process, we're here tonight. I got all of our family here together. We got Kenneth Davis from the Under Center podcast, Adam Rank, my boy, out west from the NFL Network, Matt Waldman from Georgia. Where's your sacks, Waldman? Come on. From the rookie scouting portfolio. And here we are. We got an offensive lineman, guys. We just didn't get him in the draft. We got him on our drafts. Big Steve Edwards, former offensive guard, offensive tackle for the Bears. Steve, you're texting me. You're like, you're fired up. You got something to say. What's up, Steve?
Oh man. Okay. I'm trying to make sure I don't go off the rails here with some of the things I've been thinking, but the Bears have caused me to think kind of crazy. Do they like Justin Fields? Does this new regime, do they like him? Do they like him?
I think
I'm just being real.
I think they do, because I think what points to that, Steve, is when you look back at the introductory press conference with Ryan Poles and Matt Eberflus. I think if they had any, well, first off, I think if they had any hesitation about Justin Fields, I don't think either one of them would have been hired, first off. But Justin Fields was introduced after their presser. He was there. That's something that the Chicago Bears have never done that I can remember. They introduced Ryan Poles and Matt Eberflus together, and we were like, all right, it's over. And then they're like, well, pump the brakes a little bit. Justin Fields is coming up next. So I think they do. Do you guys think that they would have been hired if they weren't on board with Justin Fields?
I think that, well, let me say this. You can lie while you're being hired.
Oh, all right. Sure.
But this is the thing. The thing with that, I just don't think that narrative is correct from the point of why have an asset with that pedigree and waste it. You know, like Justin Fields don't, and I'm not saying Justin Fields is definitely going to be great, but I would think they wouldn't squander Justin Fields thinking like, yeah, we could just get him out here and find. So I don't necessarily believe that, but I get why some fans keep it. This gives more fuel to some people having that narrative. I will say that much. I mean, I could, because I told people, Steve, that I don't believe that, but this gives fuel to the narrative when people say that. Because you didn't wait, like, even think about this real quick. You still haven't gotten them an offensive lineman. And Phil, you just pointed out perhaps they're higher on Borum and Jenkins than we've all necessarily thought. But still, from the things that have been said, I get that. I get why you say that, Steve. I don't necessarily believe that, though. I think they're high on Justin Fields, to be honest with you, in my opinion.
Okay. You know, I you can't believe it, because in the NFL you wouldn't do that. I've been there. I know things like that just don't kind of happen. But now I'm sitting back. I'm all retired and just sitting. Right now I'm a fan. I'm a guy who analyzes just like everybody else. But it makes you think, man. But I think they did. I like what they've done with the offensive line. I was having a conversation with Howard. I forgot to actually hit Howard up. He said he was going to tune in. I forgot to let him know I was going to be on. But I told him, I was kind of the conversation. I predicted that Borum was going to move to left tackle. That was my pick. As people were getting all set for Jenkins. So when that actually happened, I was pretty excited about that. Obviously, I see how the offensive line what they were trying to do. Obviously, they tried to get the guy from Buffalo. He was going to be our right guard. Now that Mustipher, they're saying he's at right guard, and I said if he stays there, then we got really big problems.
I just think it was the numbers. thing. I don't think it is anything more than that.
I think it's a friendly gesture. Like we just basically booted you from your starting job, and we're going to give you a shot at the right guard. And so there's going to be some competition there, because there's no way if he can't combo and move people off the ball when you at center and you're getting help from your guard. If you can't do that, How are you going to be expecting this guy to go one-on-one with 3 technique, where usually are some of your best defensive linemen? So I just don't think that's going to happen. So we're going to have to address that and figure that out. So, but I did like what they did with the offensive line. Some people are like, they haven't went out and got. Obviously, there was a guy from Tulsa that I fell in love with, and I see why I fell in love with him. Dallas went and scooped him up like they always do with the best offensive linemen. They just kind of have a knack for that. But
Tyler Smith,
Tyler Smith,
I love that kid.
Not say the Bears could go out on Tuesday at the deadline and sign J.C. Treader. Let's just say, that's a veteran name that would bring some more versatility to the line. That's gonna help fill the hole. There's a guy that Eberflus was with in Indy last year, at wide receiver, and T.Y. Hilton. Is he always perfect? Absolutely not. Is there some issues there? But I think that there's some options out there. I just get to the point where if Christian Watson wasn't picked, or if George Pickens wasn't picked, it doesn't automatically mean that this process is flawed. I just think
I don't think it was but it was some disappointment. Let's be honest. We just kind of went through the offseason. We haven't got the guy any weapons. So it's just kind of a glaring thing. And I think there was a sense of like, okay, it's a deep draft. We still got guys who can help this group, and, Pierce and Pickens, and, so it was that disappointment. It's the waves of emotion, because, I'm sitting here looking at other teams, and it seems like everybody is getting better. Every pick that they get is fitting exactly what they need, and I'm just sitting here like, is this exactly what we need? It seems like it, but, so that, we're not going to know until these guys get on the field and give us a couple years. So we'll never know. So that's the thing about the draft. But sometimes you just see a team hit and you're just like, oh, this team got better. Obviously you had some of those teams that had multiple first round picks. They got, of course, you better get better, Giants and the Jets, but they did hit. You look there and like, hey man, those are good picks for their team. Those are, bookends for the Giants, so, it's going to be a process, and we got to be patient. I got to be patient. I'm just fired up. We sat around, we waited for the second round to get here, and we fired up, so we just got to kind of take a pause. That's me. So if anybody's out there kind of hey, feel good about that, know that I am kind of in that position. And I'm telling
everybody's in there.
Steve, I came in hot too, Steve. I came in here hot
we had
too,
man. Adam Rankin, Matt Waldman had to calm the fires of Kenneth. Now Shane and I have to calm the fires of Big Steve, my boy Big Steve.
You guys did a good job.
It's understandable. Like if you look over the Bears for the last couple of years, it's understandable how you would be upset about this situation. And if it was Ryan Pace who was making these picks, I think I would be a lot more upset and be like, what are you doing, bro? But I think, again, Ryan Poles, it's a brand new era. And it's one of those things like, you're watching Ocean's 11. You don't know how they're going to get that money out of the Bellagio vault. And yet somehow they do. And they get away with it. And you're like, oh, now I see it. That's kind of what I want to, I'm hoping is going to be at the end of the day. I think that, it's obvious, fans should be and can feel disappointed. I think that there's a lot of information out there and everybody's got their opinions, and that's great. But, I think that you look back in any draft and I think with these teams, like it's always like every pick, like all 32 guys drafted in the first round last night, like all those guys are all pros. They're all, they're all going to, like, the truth of the matter is not everybody's going to make it. I feel like Poles does have a plan and he's sticking to it, and he's been very deliberate this whole time. So again, I am just, I understand everybody's frustration. I don't want you to not be frustrated, and I'm glad that you're passionate. I am just going to choose to just write it out, see how it goes.
This is something that you have to put in your diary at night. There has been drafts that I've come away from disappointed. only to turn around and see. I talked earlier about Darnell Mooney. When they drafted him, I'm like, what? The kid is so thin. Yeah, I get the speed. And look what he has become. This is what they get paid for. And hopefully this young GM, I think that's where the concerns come into play. But Adam made a great point. You know, John Gruden was praising guys that end up busting out of the league. And Matt Waldman talked about it as well earlier. 80, what is it? A number that's crazy. Almost 80% of these guys that are drafted don't even make it. Don't even make it. It's a crazy situation. And I get it. Write in your journal and get to the point where you have an understanding that this is going to be a defensive first mentality. It looks like when they came in with Polian, and he talked about how many blue chip players they had. They traded one out of fucking town, the best one, in my opinion. And they got a second round pick, which ends up being the safety from Penn State, right? And all of these fucking guys telling, oh, you take the picks, you get this. Let's trade Robert Quinn too. And then you're upset when the player isn't going to match the production that you already have. So before we suit up the safety, the corner, and now a speedster receiver that is great on special teams, let's see what they have. Let's see what this is. We all would do something different. I think everybody on this panel at 39 would have taken somebody other than what was taken, the corner.
And here's the thing.
Yeah.
Phil, is that we talked about one of the greatest, if not the greatest coach in the history of football, and Bill Belichick. And if it weren't for that 6th round pick that nobody had a clue about, he's 71 and 74 without that guy. Doesn't mean that he's not a great coach. It just means that they aren't all that great at picking players. If you hit on a certain number of players, it's not how many you hit on, really. It's the weight in which you hit on a player. The weight that you hit on Tyreek Hill late because of the character concerns off the field, but what he was able to do, or Russell Wilson as a 2nd round pick, that allows you then to take more chances with cheaper. You have more money to spend. You can take more chances. You've just accelerated your window, and you've done it on a discount because of certain positions that you do hit on. And so when you have somebody who makes a difference like that, it can elevate your team. It's not always about, are you 7 for 8 on how many you picked right on this? It can be 1 for 8, and that one guy can basically, if you hit at the highest extreme, he's going to give you 20 years of Hall of Fame caliber play, and you wind up having an advantage. So we have to look at it from that perspective too, is that part of it is what roles that they can do, but also understand that they have a plan, some ideas of how they're building this, and we are all we're the offensive linemen, they're smart dudes, so I mean, all us skill wonks,
that feels personal.
Hey, it should be. I'm one of them, so we should be part of the that anonymous crew. That's all I study is skill players, but that's the thing, is that
Adam, you got blurry for a second.
I got blurry. Well, I'm sorry.
You must have autofocus or something on your
autofocus. Yeah,
probably.
There you go. Now you're back.
Snap out of it.
Now I'm back.
Malik,
I didn't know.
Malik Willis to the Tennessee Titans, by the way.
There you
go.
There you go.
I gotta say one thing though before I get out of here. I'm being summoned. It's my kid's bedtime. I will say this. I've been waiting to say this until the game was final because I didn't want to jinx it. But I'm also, as a lot of people know, I'm also an Angels fan. And everything that everybody says about the Bears, imagine them saying that about your baseball team. And for the last off season, like, can these guys pitch? Can they pitch? Can they, by the way, they just won their 8th consecutive game with allowing 2 or less runs. They just beat the White Sox 5-1. I know the White Sox are a deeply flawed team. The Angels are 14-7, and everybody had written them off, and everybody thought they were clowns, and everybody thought they had no clue, and all this stuff. So I'm very hopeful that we're going to see a similar trajectory with the Bears this year, was everybody's writing us off. People want Justin Fields to transfer. I know they say transfer. Request a trade would be probably the most proper way to put that. I think we'll be okay. Like, I think it's going to be fine. Everybody chill the fuck out. Excuse my language. But I just want to say I'm very optimistic still. And it's paid off for me with the Angels. I hope it's going to be that way for the Bears. But I got to run. I'm so sorry. But I want to thank you.
You don't need to apologize.
I'm apologizing.
You don't have to for your swear or for having to take care of your children.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
To tag TTNL in that Velus Jones jersey once you get it in.
Yes, 100%. Please. I'll be on your show this week.
Tuesday. Yeah. Take it to the right. Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern. And then
you're allowed to promote it, sir.
Thank you very much.
I love you for coming on. Draft night, obviously different feelings from last time when everybody was together, but
still fun.
We have to trust the process and still have some fun. Thank you, Adam Rank.
Thank you so much.
Have a good night.
Y'all. Have a great one.
One other different way to look at it. Imagine if they didn't pull off the Justin Fields trade last year, what our demeanor would be like in this draft.
Ooh, that's a good one. That one right there. Woo! Especially with these quarterbacks.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah. Exactly. Listen, we would be sitting here complaining about not getting Malik Willis just yet.
Adam would be ordering a Matt Corral jersey. NFL shop tonight.
Yeah. Listen, this is the place that the tape is going to tell us. We're going to break down. I already got text. The tapes are in the TTNL drive.
They're in the hopper.
They're in the hopper. We're going to be breaking down all of the players, but these 3 players this Sunday, or 2 out of the 3, because we've been broadcasting this, getting you ready for the draft. Nobody predicted what the Chicago Bears did tonight. But again, we've been in this situation before. Was there ever a player, guys, and Steve, you're the only one of us that played in the league, that you were around or you were scouting, that surprised you, that you had them this way and then they got into the league and then all of a sudden they were much better, or they became a better pro than you ever could believe? We'll start with you, Matt. Was there ever a guy that you looked at
who just became a better pro than I ever believed? I'm sure there's I thought Demaryius Thomas was a great example of that. That's a player I learned a lot from that perspective, mainly because the athletic ability was there, but there were some things just what he was limited by in the scheme that he was in at Georgia Tech. There were just some things that I felt like he had to learn, and you could, if I wanted to make an excuse, I could rationalize it and say that Peyton Manning really taught him how to become a high-end route runner, and that there's a lot of stories that talk about him and Manning working together and him getting that gift of being able to work with a guy like that. But at the same time, his capacity to learn and to develop in the manner that he did, and he already showed a lot, before Manning came to town, gives you an example of that. And that's one that comes to mind immediately. And Malik Willis could be that guy
right
down the line, especially now when we're looking at him. And I'll just say real quick that he's, with him in Tennessee, with that run game, with what they can do with Treylon Burks now, and they can use, they've got Treylon Burks in a way that they can use him going sideline to sideline to get that sideline to sideline kind of stretch, and then use, there are other players to go down the middle or use the run game to go down the middle, lighten those boxes up. You create an element that, Baltimore wins this way. The thing that's great about Lamar Jackson is he's a great pocket player. I think he's a much better pocket player than anybody ever really talks about with him. And that's where I think Malik Willis is going to have to get better, is just like he can scramble like unbelievably, but making the decisions he needs to make as a scrambler needs a little bit more work. The middle of the field playing needs more work. But the arm talent, all of that, if you can create an offense where he becomes a weapon for that team as a thrower and a runner, and then give him the support to develop and get in terms of using the offensive scheme in a way that matches his strengths, minimizes his weaknesses, and allows him to continue to build on the weaknesses that are fixable in the same way they did with Josh Allen. The Bills did that very well with Josh Allen, because they run a lot of those concepts where you're basically at different levels working across the middle of the field, and that gives Josh Allen multiple windows to throw the ball. Whereas if you're running more routes breaking back or down the field, you've got that timing has to be there, and you read that very quickly. So if you give him receivers that do those things well, and he has to buy some time to do that, he has multiple options where it was easier for him to read those types of scenarios. So if the Titans assess Willis and say, here are things that we can do to continue to develop with him, and early on, he's going to get the intermittent playing time with Tannehill there, which is a great way to go. I mean, Drew Brees got it, Aaron Rodgers got it, Steve Young got it. Most of those guys did, and I've talked about this a lot. I mean, Drew Brees credited Marty Schottenheimer for his development, basically saying, I got benched when things didn't go well, and he said, listen, I'm going to put you back in the game if we get close, because you're my guy, but you need to clear your head and you need to watch the vet do the work a little bit and kind of get unclouded so you're not seeing ghosts out there. And if Willis can get that opportunity, he could become, this could be actually the best thing that happened to him, at least from a development standpoint, of not being pressured to have to play right away and then being forced into situations where the expectations are too high. And I'd say that's the case for most quarterbacks that enter the league, regardless of whether you say this is a good year or a bad year. So it's exciting for him to go to a team that runs the ball and is probably going to be open enough to be able to, grow with him. And that's the important part with all quarterbacks.
Steve, you played the game. Were you ever around anybody that you were like, no way, this dude? And then they just worked their ass off? Or
can I answer that for him? Jonathan Quinn, he already talked about it. He was a huge fan.
That's good. That fucking guy, man. God dang. He just won't leave us alone. He's never gonna escape. Hey, guess what, guys? We're gonna run the ball, okay? Oh yeah, we're gonna run the ball, all right. You can't throw, dude. I can go back a couple people. Now, obviously, people are gonna be like, this one is like, it's no brainer. I mean, Peanut, I got two people. Peanut was a guy, came in, I'm talking about guys who got to a certain level, came in, and you just like, this guy's gonna be okay, and there's just springboard into the stardom, and that was Peanut. I mean, well, I think it was Peanut, second rounder. There was some, it was buzz about him, his work ethic, but a guy who came in and immediately, gave us that guy, that went up against legendary Randy Moss. Like, we have a guy who just jumped up with Randy Moss. It took the ball away from him. So that's one guy, and that's an easy one. But that's the one that came to mind, because when I remember Peanut came in, I was just like, Louisiana Lafayette, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But
hey, real quick,
great
before you do your second one, Steve, to piggyback on what you said. So last night on UC, Alex Brown said what you just said. He said, man, when this dude from Louisiana Lafayette and they drafted him and Peanut, because I asked him as a player, how do you feel? Do you really care who they drafted? And he said Peanut. I was like, who the hell is Peanut? To just go along with what you're saying. I'm just trying to get more than please continue. I just want to highlight that.
Oh, yeah, it's absolutely. And that's the thing. I have to, I came on, I was hoping that you guys did calm me down. I was out at a little function looking at my phone, and like I say, all right, guys, I gotta get home. I gotta get online. A lot of people asking, where do you get it on? So Tape Never Lies. I shot it out. Everybody was writing it down. So, hopefully they got on and tuned in. But I just was fired up, and you guys are calming me down. So thinking about Peanut, you just hope that these guys do pop. But I'm gonna give you a good one. Guy I played at UCF with Asante Samuel, 4th rounder, New England.
Wow.
I mean, a big up to my boy Asante. He was a hell of a ball player at UCF. Did I think he was going to go to New England? And I mean, when automatically rookie year goes to the Super Bowl, but ball out becomes like a pick city guy for them, where to the point where, how New England does when you can't afford them and they get too expensive and they about to be they let them go. And he went on to the Eagles and continued to have, and get his hands on the balls. And I just never thought Asante, he was a year younger than me. I knew he could make it to the league. I just didn't think, that this guy would have been all pro guy that he was, but he worked at it and he had great instincts. And he was just one of those guys, fourth round, you know what I mean? So it's opportunities there. You just kind of be like, okay, you got to just wait and see. But there were some glaring people that you saw that, possibly can get it done. But some of these guys you got to see. The guy from Washington, I think, I've seen some things where I think he fits the scheme. He's, I've seen some through the highlights. He, some of the hits, jarring the ball out, really aggressive. So I think we definitely upgraded the position. I think they looked at it and they said we can't go back into this thing. What was the buddy? Who was number 33? I forget his name. Not 33. That's Jalen. Who was our other corner that they dared to start opposite of him?
Kendall Vildor.
Yeah, Oh God, that's why I don't even want to remember. Yeah, like you had to go out here and upgrade it. So when I heard corner, I'm like, okay, bet, okay, that's cool. I like the dude from Clemson, but that's cool. I think this guy kind of fits the scheme, and Eberflus is a lovey guy. Like he's that lovey guy. They're gonna get guys who fit their scheme, fit their defense to a T. That's just what they're gonna do. So I was telling Howard, like, oh, we like the guy. I'm like, the Washington guy fits our scheme. That's just what it is,
Yep.
And that's what it is. So I'm just hoping, then they got a safety is, and that's kind of, maybe covering their butt back a little bit. Like, is Eddie Jackson going to be the guy? We don't know. And they're just maybe they're sending a message like, we're going to ship your butt up out of here real quick. We're not even thinking about it twice. But just go back what I was saying. I went off the edges with that, but like
apparently,
it was Asante.
Your former teammate did the same thing. He walked off the set. Olin Kreutz apparently walked off the set when they took the safety, according to sources. So you might have to come on here for some therapy with us as well.
Man, you might have to get OG on there tomorrow, man. Reach out to him, man. I'm sure he has got some good stuff. That would be I would be tuning in for that one, I tell you. Wherever I'm at, I'll turn my phone on.
Kenneth, did you remember anyone you thought was going to be terrible, and then all of a sudden, and don't put Kyle Brandt in there.
You said terrible. That's a hard one to say. Someone
or you weren't thinking they were going to be good. Charles Tillman is a great example of it. Yes. Tell me the honest truth.
I didn't know. And this is going to sound crazy because he's a Hall of Famer. I didn't know about the linebacker that was the safety that they started as strong at the Sam linebacker and how that was going to work out.
Number 54, you mean?
Yeah, I didn't know Lack because it was, he's a safety? And like, for instance, like today in football, if you have a guy that plays safety and when you look at how the passing schemes, I was like, oh, he's big. I get it. He can play linebacker, but we're talking about back then. Right. And it was like, okay, he's a safety. I don't remember if I knew he was like 6'4" right there when he was coming, because I was pretty young back then. But I remember, okay, being a Bears fan, you want all the players to hit, right? And I remember them putting him as strong, and it was like, yeah, that's not going to work. And then he moved to middle, and he took off. And in that first when he was playing strong, it was like kind of like, see, why'd y'all go get this safety? In particular, he was playing him as strong. But that's the one player when I think about, close to home.
It's a great showcase. And that was a first round pick that was highly criticized. That was to what you said. I remember the day Shane and I probably were talking. Barry Minter all of a sudden gets hurt, and they move him to middle linebacker, and it was like, what the fuck are you like? Anybody could see he was a middle linebacker weight,
Right.
except Dick Geron just couldn't see it. Whatever loyalty, politics, and then you saw that some players just fit to what Steve Edwards is saying, a scheme, and they develop in that scheme. Like this corner, you could see, and that's why I tell people be patient. 25 isn't 30. And no one on here is blowing smoke up anybody's ass about where these players are. I concern myself with the players getting ripped apart by a fan base that they've not even stepped foot on the field to clap back at you with their play.
Well,
if you're looking at Brisker's
honest,
point,
there's
if you
75% of the fan base, probably 95% of the fan base is seeing Velus Jones for the first time tonight on the highlight package, and they're saying they hear somebody say like Kyle, just to bring it like Kyle Brandt went on that
ban him from ever.
But just real quick, Phil, like today we talked to Cole Strange. We talked to Cole Strange, the Patriots' first-round draft pick, developed a relationship with him. Great guy. And then Kyle Brandt went out today on NFL Network and absolutely shredded the kid, on national TV. And his reasoning for it was because, guys, I'm reading mock drafts and this guy's going in the 4th round in these mocks that I'm reading. That's why he trashed him on live TV. And I'm like,
that's a son. That's
crazy.
That's a kid getting his dream come true. And we're sitting here with a
Bet
fucking
you wouldn't
guy,
say that to Cole Strange's face.
a guy that is saying he's a Bears fan and then showing up in Buffalo in full-on Buffalo gear, and then tonight is reading the fucking card for the Bills. Come on, Kyle Brandt. I've challenged this dude to come on here and face. He was doing. This is how stupid the Chicago Bears front office is. You know who Kyle Brandt is, guys? He was doing fucking play-by-play for the Chicago Bears by this organization in preseason games. And this is the kind of schmo that you got represent that. That's the organization. I'm just a fan. I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator. Exactly. This is you just fueled my flames now with this guy to hear that he did that to Cole Strange. That's awful. And then tonight I see the chat is a buzz with Kyle Brandt showing up, supposedly a Bears fan. Last Bears fan I saw wearing a Bills outfit will be the last Bears fan I saw wearing a Bills outfit. Go ahead, Kenneth.
I got to get out of here and go do the UC, guys.
We love you, Kenneth Davis.
Steve, Matt, Shane, Phil, you all have a terrific evening. Have a great weekend, man. I'll holler at you. Everybody be safe out there with the TTNL family, man. I always appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Kenneth. I will send my best to Riley. I appreciate you.
Let him know, man. Let him know.
Thanks.
Kenneth,
all right, guys.
All the best to your family as well.
Thank you. Yours too, man. I need to see the pictures of the new crib, Phil.
Bro, every box.
Boxes to the left, boxes to
palatial.
The right. Yeah.
It's like MTV Cribs.
Oh, it will be. I'm very excited. So when you get to the East Coast, there'll be a place for you to stay. So I can bring you to that pizza joint. You gotta have some real pizza.
Thank you, Kenneth.
Get out of here.
I don't want to fire up the masses, but Senior Bowl director Jim Nagy.
Yes.
Did you see that on?
No, I've seen nothing. We're here broadcasting. Me and Matt Waldman.
Let me read this. Let's fire up the Meathead Bears fans here.
Uh-oh.
Lindsey Rhodes asked Jim Nagy, who is the next guy, or who could possibly be the next Debo back in December? Name he gave, Velus Jones.
There you go. Jim Nagy. He also said he thought Cole Strange was a better center than my guy Tyler Linderbaum.
Better pro center, yes, he said. But,
and then I don't know if this
49ers take my 2 late round guys. I was on board with Waldman with Ingram from USC, but this was another guy that kind of I like to watch a little bit. He was wildly inconsistent.
LSU
kind of started to play a little bit better at the second half of the year. You have any thoughts on Davis Price from LSU, the running back, Matt? Ty Davis Price. Oh, is he on mute? Yeah, he's on mute. He must have muted himself.
I did.
Okay.
So yeah, I was typing something up, but no, Davis Price is. If you want one thing that's nice is go watch the UCLA game earlier this year, and you you actually get maybe not a clinic, but you get good examples of a player who could develop in the right direction as a pass protector at the running back position. Yeah. His diagnosis skills were very good in that game. You could see the makings of strong technique, getting tight to a defender. He's a powerful back with obviously the speed that they're looking for too. And, the 49ers value speed. And this is probably a referendum also on what they think of both Elijah Mitchell and Trey Sermon at this point, and I think that I like Trey Sermon a lot, and I still think he's a good back. But, Price is a back who really has good one-cut skill and more deep speed. And when there aren't many teams. There's no team in the world that has the combination of, George Kittle, Trent Williams, and Kyle Juszczyk.
Are you a little surprised he went over Robinson? I am, in terms of, I don't know. I'm a Brian Robinson fan.
I think a lot of people will be surprised by that. But
Matt Corral to Carolina.
I like that. I like that pick too. I thought Corral was of the known quantities in this draft. I thought he was the one that I liked the most on the field, because even though he's not the guy who wins on the whiteboard as well as maybe Pickett or Ritter does, he processes what he does very fast.
Yep.
And I think there's a lot to build on with his game. He manipulates defenders very well, both with his eyes and with pump fakes. He moves and resets his feet extraordinarily well. I like the pick for Carolina, especially at this juncture. You can give him a little bit of time, and you don't feel like you have to rush him onto the field.
Listen, I had another player, Pablo was talking about, and I remember this guy very well, James Hasty.
Oh, yeah.
He was shocked he got drafted. He played in the league for 13 or 14. I remember James Hasty with the Jets. There's always examples. I mean, obviously the championship examples are Wes Welker, undrafted, Bob Christian. You remember Bob Christian going undrafted, becoming a Pro Bowl fullback. There's so many of these guys that go and defy the label, the what did you call them? Big draft. They defy these names and labels. I just don't have it in me to destroy anyone, even a guy that maybe I don't like his tape. To see this, and I'm sorry I continue to talk about it, being destroyed. Cole Strange, you saw what, I don't know if it was sarcasm or it was, trying to be funny, but the coach from the Rams taking shots at Cole Strange as well.
Yeah, I don't think it was so much a shot at Cole Strange. I think he was just talking about, I think it was more so to do with the Rams, fuck those draft picks and that whole thing. He's like, we spent time on this guy down at 104 or whatever their pick was, and they took him here. I mean, I think it actually points to
But that's the
they
thing.
like the player.
Then the fucking clown boy backs on top of that and chooses to bag the kid. I had him in the 4th round. Can you believe that kind of stuff? I just don't. This network will never stand. We're gonna break down Velus.
Yeah.
And when Velus's tape goes up, and how long, Matt Waldman, is it going to take Velus to turn everybody's opinion around. 3 fucking plays where he takes a fucking bubble screen to the house. Now all of a sudden, your whole opinion on things. That's what football is all about. Come onto the network, sign up, give yourself a month to see what it is that these players do on tape. Then come around and talk to us about it. For $7, you can experience the actual tape breakdowns of these guys. Not everybody's, guess what? Everybody's highlight film is great because that's what it is. It's a highlight film. It's the tape that shows you. Now you're going to see in highlight films, you're going to see what they can do. They're not going to do that all the time. That's why the difference between a great person and a good person is what Charles Tillman, that example, he decided to go into the fucking corner, just like Walter Payton did. Walter Payton was a first-round pick out of Jackson State because he went into the dark gym and worked his ass off on his, his body, his craft. That's what these guys, we don't get to see. I don't get the interview. How about this, guys? Ryan Poles, Matt Eberflus, Luke Getsy sit down with Velus Jones, and they talk to him, and they absolutely fall in love with the guy's personality, and he fits what it is they're trying to build in their system. How many times have I told you how important that is, more so than a 40 time or what their stats were? It's the guy. You got to find football players. I'm so tired of the guy jumped out of the fucking pool. The guy ran a 4.37, had a 41-inch vert. He can't catch for shit. Now, that's just how it is to me.
But you know, but that's, I mean, again, you have advertisers in most of these shows, and you have to be able to get, you have to be able to have an audience, and there's only so much time you can go into the nuance of the game in these areas. So even, I mean, they make some of these guys on these big letter networks sound like auctioneers on the old FedEx commercials because they have to cover so much dense information in a short period of time. Just to even make one small point about a player,
Exactly.
And so there's a lot that you're just going to miss from that standpoint, especially with all these little screens or the bombardment of screens where, if you get the slightest bit bored, you can scroll down and, go look at great white sharks breaching the water, or whatever it is that interests you and takes your attention away from actually having to focus on something and learn a point.
Fireman and Donald, you are taking what is way off. I watched Velus Jones against Alabama. Velus. I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Velus.
Is it Vay now?
Vay. That's according.
Okay, see?
That's
It's
according to NFL.com has it broke down. It's Velus.
So Velus is playing in the first year under a new head coach and is playing against Alabama. And I had to double take because he was so physical in that game. That's one game, okay? But I still remember this kid, and I don't give a fuck about his age or anything. In that game, he was the guy that jumped out of the tape for me. And those things matter to me. Now, his story is different. He went to USC, transferred to Tennessee, and he has a chance to do what he is. I'm just saying, let's look at his tape together, and then we'll go from there. If you're talking about, this isn't a tweener receiver. This is a physical receiver that I saw. And what's his measurables? 200 and something pounds, 6 foot, and he runs 4.3, and he's running into brick walls against Alabama, and he was playing absolutely out of his mind.
His official numbers were 6 foot 204, 30 and 7/8 inch arms, 9 3/4 inch hands, 4.3 140, 33-inch vertical jump, which seems with somebody that athletic seems I mean, I'm not going to say that it's low, but under the circumstances, it's a little bit lower than I was expecting. The broad was 121.
Yeah, I was going to say this before I get out of here. I got, everybody has a guy they want to see. You get disappointed, but like Phil said, at the end of the day, it's dreams are being made, and you have to let these kids had a chance to prove to us. We want them, that's what that's what pace, not pace. Oh, glad, man, I'm really messed up. Polls.
Ryan and Matt.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
There's
that's
two
that. That's
Ryan
their.
and Matts.
Yeah, that's why why they get a guy with another P. Like, come on, man. No, that's their job. He has to change the culture. So whoever they deem fits their system, who they believe is a football player based on their evaluation, we have to just trust and let him, have it, prove to us like that, there could be a Peanut here. It could be a Devin Hester here. So you have to let this, it could be a Asante Samuel here. So, you got to let those disappointments go. Everybody's like done their research. Like, I like, this guy, and then don't happen. Yeah. You just, and there's a lot of, I've been there, I was there on draft day. There's a lot of emotions. There's a lot of disappointments, and, for me, I went undrafted. It was a lot of disappointment going through, projected to go from, somewhere between the 4th and 7th, and not happening, and then sitting there crying on my mom's bed. So, and then it's one of those, it's a lot of emotions. I think people kind of forget about that, and that it's a lot of dreams. It's a lot of, so you let them become pros, let them mature, and let's see what they got. Then we get on them. And then we get then we get after her.
Then you have the right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Steve, for sharing that personal story, because it's your story that gets often told, not to take away from your story. But the guy that gets drafted higher than he's supposed to, supposedly, and gets destroyed for that, that's another story. It's like you can't win. It's like these are kids. When they get out on the field, you as a fan have every right to criticize. We'll analyze and criticize, analyze and criticize, analyze and criticize. But right now, they haven't gotten on the NFL level. And I think it's a complete shit show, if you will, to bag on people and picks. I am now going, I'm not going to ever manipulate tape. I don't cherry pick tape. I always go out of my way to make sure that those players are, broken down truthfully. But I'm fucking rooting for Velus. That's how we say. I am rooting for Velus because I think he's going to get all of the negativity. In Chicago, a place that eats people up and spits them out, I already see just in the chat the negativity towards this kid. And Matt Waldman breaks down receivers and running backs better than anyone I know. And he was speaking his truth. When Velus goes out there and balls out, Matt Waldman was the first guy probably to give him a standing ovation, because that's what this is about. I have admitted, and I'll do it again now, Darnell Mooney to me was, this kid's too thin. You want to talk about proving me wrong? That's a guy that I stand up and innovation because of what he does. What he's done on film is toughness, determination, and he is fucking pissed off that he got picked in the 5th round.
I think one of the best things that we can do is just help people understand that our perception of what round a player goes in doesn't match really how a football team may look at the range of what a player is. and understand too that we can have way too high expectations for what we're looking like. When we're looking at a guy in rounds 4 to 7, we're looking at a guy who we hope can make the roster and eventually develop from there.
Exactly.
We're not looking for Tom Brady at that point. They weren't looking for Tom Brady. It's the hope that you get that, but you have realistic expectations. And when you draft a first round guy, yes, the expectations are high. But anything after that, again, if someone told you that you could pick a player who would be your third receiver, who can give you big plays that flip the field and may give you somewhere between 4 to 6 touchdowns in a year and 400 to 600 yards, and he can be your leader in the return game and maybe become one of the better return specialists in the game, who, in bad weather games, in tight defensive affairs, can put your team in position, your offense in position to win, the field position battle. Wouldn't that be worth a third round pick to you? I mean, to me, that would be worth a third round pick. I mean, what was Devin Hester's pick in Chicago? What was
second round?
He was a second round pick.
42, I believe.
Okay.
He went.
So he's a Hall of Fame special teamer without a shadow of a doubt.
And they drafted him as a corner.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah. So he failed, quote unquote, as a corner in essence.
Brian Robinson just went to the Commanders. Boys.
There you go. So we'll talk about him in a minute. But he didn't really do what you would expect as a corner. But would you say he was worth a second round pick of what he did on special teams and what he did as an offensive guy? Absolutely, you would.
Yeah. At 11 at night, you said that. 11.
Phil, real
11.
quick, I just want to get Matt's thought on this. Did you see Bruce Feldman's tweet from about 50 minutes ago?
I trust Bruce Feldman a lot.
Jordan Addison looking to transfer to USC. Wow.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
Wow.
He saved Kenny Pickett's bacon a fair bit.
Yeah, you're damn right he did.
He's a good young player.
Edwards, thank you so much. You're my brother. I can't wait to see you again. When are you getting out east, bro? When are we doing this, bro? You talk and talk.
I know, man.
Walk, man.
Let's think about.
What are you afraid of good pizza, Steve?
No, man. I just had a piece of conversation tonight, man. I was just literally had a piece of conversation about talking about pizza ovens and stuff like that. So definitely, I talked about, hey, I got some buddies, out in the East Coast, I got to go check out, because I told them I've been in New York, New York, obviously, when I played for the Giants. And I was like, I ain't like that pizza. I said, no. So there's other parts of the East Coast that I know got some good pizza. I had some in Boston. Boston has good pizza. So I definitely got to get out there and check.
We got to get you that.
I got some traveling to do, like some family traveling to do in June. Down south, but then after that, we can definitely circle around and try to figure something out. That would be awesome.
Don't eat pizza down south. It all sucks down there.
No, I ain't doing nothing but some I ain't doing nothing but some barbecue or something down there.
I was in Myrtle Beach last week, and I was like, "Daddy, can we order a pizza?" So I ordered a pizza. And I was like,
boy, you asked for it.
How do you fuck up a pizza this bad? Cost me $40 for a large.
Oh man, no way. No, I'm going down there and just get some smoked brisket or something, like something. Not pizza. No way in the world.
We're in Carolinas, you need pig. That's basically all you're gonna be eating is that swine.
Yeah, I saw a lot of them on the beach, Matt.
Yeah.
Keeping it 100, the tape never lies with our guys.
We don't need to see that tape.
Shane Marsaw and Big Steve Edwards. Thank you, Big Steve.
Bell.
Hey man, I gotta get on with y'all next week or something, man. I'm about to start I got school starting again, man. So next week's like my last free week, man. Hey Phil, let's wrap, man. I need to come on and spend some time with you guys.
Absolutely.
Let's get you on, especially if they take an offensive lineman.
Oh, please,
my
dude. Can we
dad was
grab
asking
one?
for you. My dad was asking for you too.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I miss Coach, man. Tell our coach I miss him. I got to get on. Yeah, I can't wait till we start chopping it up this year, man. Got to get on some of those Saturday segments and those Saturday segments at the Bears game.
There we go.
You know, the following week, man, those are always fun. So hopefully we'll be looking at some better schemes, man.
Yes.
Yeah, we could be like making some sense of what they're doing, like come next year. So that'll be fun too. A lot to look forward to, though.
We love you, bro.
Yeah,
Thank you for coming on.
Thanks,
we
man.
get you on next week.
All right, man.
Big Steve Edwards, and then there was 3.
David
Big
Bell,
Steve, I love
Browns.
him. Yeah. David Bell, the Browns. Look at you.
I'm kind of happy with that.
You gotta be.
Yeah. I mean, they get a Jarvis Landry type of player to replace Jarvis Landry. And
exactly.
You know, he can go up and win that football. It's just a smart overall pick. Well, you know, if they fail with it because he's not quick, explosive enough to play in the NFL, which I have my doubts that that's really the case. I think he'll be more than fine.
But they said that same shit about my guy that's now on the Browns because I had him in my top 5 receivers out of Michigan. Yeah. My guy. What happened with him?
Yeah. And
he's turned into a really great wide receiver with the Browns now as well. So this guy right here, Matt Bell, makes these highlight reel, these eyeball catches, I call them. It's when you're able to adjust to the football and put your body in almost a ballerina-esque contortion and adjust while your eyes are on the football, fearless of anything else coming your way. This guy is an absolute monster. You guys got.
Yeah, it's a fun player. I'm excited to see that. But it's fascinating. You look at some of these other picks. Rashad White going to the Buccaneers. He's the example of a flashy speedster who I just don't think is as good of a decision maker as he needs to be. But he's behind Fournette. He's going to have to learn to run in tight creases with their duo scheme. And where he runs to open space more than he runs to open leverage. So this is going to be
Tariq Cohen.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
This is going to be that. And he's a guy that he'll get to the right hole and get halfway into it. And when you have a linebacker or a safety waiting flat-footed, instead of him seeing that as an opportunity to run the dude over with his size or avoid him, he tries to bounce away from it. He'll be halfway in the hole and try and bounce it out. So if he can fix that and learn to be the player he is physically, he's got great hands. They might use him as a big scat back. He'll have a role like as a contributor, but can he make that next step? That's interesting. Brian Robinson paired with Antonio Gibson. That's fascinating just from the standpoint of, whether
Robinson is a football player.
Yeah,
man.
he's a legit football player.
Yeah.
And Gibson's good too. It's just the thing is now you've kind of, if you're someone who's a fan of having let one guy really get the rock, that's not going to happen there. You're going to look at a team that's going to try and wear down the opposition by attrition with 2 backs. That could be the possibility there.
Dalvin Cook's brother ends up in Buffalo.
Yeah. And I don't think he's the next coming of Chris Johnson, but he can run inside. He's got the decision making to run inside. Certainly catches the ball well. So you get that big, and they don't have a back who can break it away. And now they finally do. Because Moss is a thumper. Devin White, I joke he's kind of the David Bell of running backs, which is
Singletary.
Singletary, yeah, because he's short, and for this size, he's not at the size you want him to be. He's slow. He's not quick, but he has great vision, and he's a smart football player. But I think, at the end of the day, they need someone. When Matt Breida was playing well, you could see the difference it was making for that run game and passing game at times and moments. So I'm a fan.
Yeah, this draft is going a certain way, guys. I bring the two producers of the network in, Chris Jackal and my guy AB. You guys, you're studying the chat room. The draft is going out of the way. Everyone's all over the place. I think we're doing our best to bring some people, I would say 50, 60% onto this arc, if you will. And Matt Waldman's our Noah.
2 by 2. 2 by 2. Almost
2
4.5 hours in, and we're still 550 deep in the chat.
550.
Half of them are yelling at each other. Fucking
4 hours later.
get over it.
At 4 hours, at 4 hours, we had almost 900 people watching, and still after the reaction. We've been going live every night this week. We'll be live again tomorrow. We got Herb Howard. I've rescheduled him to tomorrow. And Courtney Cronin of ESPN, she's going to jump on and surmise the whole draft. But everybody's drunk, as Tom Boson said. I'm not.
Tomorrow
I'm just
will be the 7th straight day.
I have to get some sleep. I was hoping to get the new song out today, and I was like, I have to stop editing. I have to chill. And then again, hopefully I can get it done. But if not, it'll be on Wednesday's show, because this has been a draft and a lot of people were disappointed. And I'll be the first guy to tell you my expectation was different. And I have to trust the process by the tape. Right. And when we break that, the draft is still not over. There's names out. I can't believe Winfrey is still out there. That when I always wait until everything's said and done, right? Exactly. And then I take a fucking break. I go to sleep. I don't listen to nobody. I get up in the morning and I take my rankings out and I look who's left. And then I start ranking them. Your boy Shane Ruckert went to the Jets.
Yeah.
The Jets. But the draft to me is the most fun thing. And tonight, the people being so let down by the expectation. And Matt, I think I got to ask you to pontificate on this real quick. Steve came in hot, and so did Kenneth. And I think for many of a Chicago fan, there is a level of expectation for Justin Fields. So I think if the football universe was a door, the wide receiver drafted was the key to everybody in their mind. We're going to help Justin Fields out by either offensive lineman or a wide receiver. And when the team decides to do that, it throws this now wet blanket narrative that they don't like Justin Fields. And Shane had to push back on that, which you did a great job, Shane, with Steve. But I want you to talk about that. Just because they didn't draft a receiver, that doesn't mean they don't believe in Justin Fields.
Well, not remotely. You just have to understand that one of the things that can be very helpful, and it's not conducive if you're eating a ton of wings and drinking a ton of beer and you're wasted by the time your pick comes. You're just not, you don't give a shit about what I'm about to tell you, but maybe you'll rewatch this. And for the few of you that rewatch this at this point, you're going to, at this point, and you're sober when you rewatch it, you're going to listen to this and go, okay, maybe what's most helpful to me if I want to learn more about the game is to at least indulge the exercise and of trying to think the way the team is thinking about this, not what other people are telling you how to think about this, but how the team might be doing it, and try and do it in the most positive way. So one of the things that you think about is, one of the things that I mentioned is that they don't feel comfortable with they had receivers on their board. The receivers that they wanted already left the board, and they felt like the rest of the guys that were on their board, the rest of the guys there were no more guys that they wanted who were outside receivers, and that meant that receivers that could help them, then they needed to look at different criteria for that, and when they looked at their board, they realized that there were other players that were going to be as or more important for them in terms of how they can build and develop this team. And, when you can, and there's a lot of different ways to win and build. People like to give you the quick and snappy, magazine version of, 3 steps to making your life better type of thing. And that's the soundbite quality type of stuff. But just like how you can build a line where you get all blue chip talent like the Cowboys or like the Bills, you get a bunch of mid-round guys and they turn out to be pretty good, and you get a lot of competition. There's multiple ways to build teams. Most of the time, the media is a step behind how the winning teams are being built anyhow. So what happens is they're all talking about mobile quarterbacks and spread offenses, and now defenses are playing, cover 2, and this is the new trend, and we need to spread the field. Well, if you're actually thinking about how to be ahead of that, then the thing is now you're talking about, you're doing things where you're actually, compressing the field and running the football, and you're facing, you're trying to be ahead of whatever that trend is. So for this particular situation, just understand that they have look at their plan and consider the fact that they didn't see a wide receiver that they could get who was going to be able to come in and be on the same page with Justin Fields right away as an outside guy. So instead, narrow the margins for error with your defense, narrow the margins for error with your special teams. And so now you put Justin Fields in positions where you don't, you give him higher leverage opportunities, and you make this team more competitive to where you're not leaning as hard on your offense to dig you out of holes.
Yes.
And then you're in a position to, and if the worst case scenario is that your receivers aren't good this year, but your defense is kicking ass and your special teams looks great, and now you just need that one receiver. Well, now you have all the assets. You can concentrate all your assets and resources into getting that 1 or 2 players who can make that difference, as opposed to, well, let's get that top receiver and get the safety that shores up and get all this. Because, we talk about the Jets having a good draft and all the things that they did, but I think I remember a lot of people loving Mekhi Becton. He may never play again.
I love him.
So I mean, it's one of those things you just never know. I mean, I had Trey Sermon as my number 1 back last year. I still love his talent. I had San Francisco's the worst place he could go pre-draft, and then I changed my mind after the draft because I traded up to get him, because I indulged in that exercise a little bit of like, well, they must have, if they liked him, they must have traded up. And then there's a lot of people who are like, well, Elijah Mitchell must be the answer now because he's fast. And now they just drafted Ty Davis Price in the 3rd round. So you can tell that they just look at their skill players as cogs in the West Coast system. That's that. And they just want, they constantly churn through these guys. So you just kind of learn what works for different teams, and just understand that you don't know yet what Poles is. And what he did do was he got good players, or players who can be good in different facets. Instead of looking at Velus Jones as a wide receiver, look at him as a special teams return man who could become a weapon in the offense. And if you do it that way, you're not comparing him, because again, wide receivers, 3 different positions, really 4 to 5 if you count guys like Juju Smith-Schuster who play inside and out, and the different types of small slots or big slot guys. But if you look at it from that perspective, then you're not comparing Velus Jones to Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle in
Right.
terms of route running. You're comparing them to guys who can, like Mecole Hardman, as Shane astutely pointed out, a limited route runner who can still force defenses to account for him, and that helps other aspects of your game, even if he doesn't get the box score stats.
Well said, Matt. I just want to address Patrick Geardy. In football, you have to stop a scoring offense. You can't. You don't measure. Defense doesn't win championships anymore. Well, you have to play defense, because if you're the biggest, softest team in the league, then you're not even going to sniff a championship. This isn't, your narrative isn't football. So you can't be shitty on defense but have a great offense and decide that you're going to win. The story of the Bucs and the Rams and the Chiefs was that they got after the quarterback, they got turnovers, and they made offensive plays. It's a team sport. Look at those defenses. Look at their offenses as well. It's a team game. You can't fucking go out here and say, we're going to just go turn around our offense. We're going to be the number one offense in the league, and that's going to bring it. No. Defense is an answer to every riddle, and that's where you got to get. It's just, don't come into this network that relies on tape and try to sell that dumb shit on my watch. That ain't going to come in here. Yes, it's an offensive league. Guess what? It was a defensive league as well at one point. This shit goes around in circles, and you have to develop. Guess what the 4-4 defense was built for? To stop the spread. That's what did the 4-6 defense do? It stopped the fucking the I formation and stopped certain action games. They couldn't pick it up. So let's just chill out with this stuff. I'll get into a whole rant about that, and I don't want to do that
When you go into
when
you go into trends, when you start trying to be a part of a trend, you're already playing it safe, and the people who play it safe lose, because the best teams lately in the spread era, often they run the ball well.
Exactly. And
then when everybody starts running the ball, then they're going to go to something else. So once big draft starts talking to you about, we're at the end of the pocket quarterback era. Ben Roethlisberger, Drew Brees, Tom Brady's getting old. It's not that they can't move in the pocket. It's that their fucking arms are falling off. Russell Wilson can win from the pocket. Lamar Jackson's a fucking anchor from the pocket.
Exactly.
Kyler Murray's up and down because he's up and down in the pocket. Dak Prescott's good in the pocket. There's certain things that happen, and we all repeat these sound bites at the bar, and that kind of thing, because that you're working out, whatever, you hear somebody talk about this thing and it sounds smart, and they're dressed up in a suit and there's a nice light show going on in the background with metal footballs everywhere and phallic symbols and whatever else you want going on there. But it's and then occasionally you'll get a Steve Smith who will tell you the absolute fucking truth. Exactly. And they cringe all the time. I love him because he makes those guys cringe. It's just, but
exactly. We need more of those.
Yeah, but you're going to be ahead of the game. It's about being ahead of the game. What's going to come next? And people have trouble figuring out what comes next because they denigrate what's next until it actually works. And then everybody's suddenly aboard on it and they're too late. The next Lamar Jackson, the next, Patrick Mahomes, the next, these guys, there's not the next those guys. You've got to find the next, and you're just looking at the past.
Well, that is the end of the third round, Shane.
Yes, sir.
Shane looks like he's at the end of 3.5 Rocky movies.
Does that mean I don't have to watch Rocky 5?
Exactly. But listen, guys, before we wrap up, we're going to be live tomorrow. Team Mongo, I appreciate that. So does AB. We're going to be live back tomorrow, breaking down the NFL draft. Noon.
Is that official?
That is
We're
official.
not putting that out there. Noon.
Alan, could we get a check on what time?
So I'm going to text my
12
11-month-old daughter to tell her to let me sleep in until at least 4:30 this morning so I can get some fucking.
I got to have the kids at the soccer field at freaking 7:30.
Before I wrap up, I want to thank you, Matt Waldman, for jumping on the
Absolutely.
show, staying the whole night with us. You are a friend. You are one of the most thorough analysts and scouts I know.
And thank you for rolling your eyes when we drafted Velus Jones and essentially telling everybody to jump off the fucking cliff.
Yeah, that's great. It's your fault, man. Thanks.
Oh, these fucking idiots did that. I was watching him.
Yeah, my eye rolls are yeah. Let me just put it to you this way: when I was 4, my parents were divorced for a couple years, and they each came to a family wedding with somebody different, and then the family decided to have a family picture, and this is the 70s, so they're all children of the 40s and 50s, thinking that this is, and so they're all being phony, and I'm sitting there as a 5-year-old literally taking the picture with my eyes rolled, and that became the famous family photo, because they were like the youngest kid's the only one who was telling the fucking truth, and but my first reaction was like, wow, of all the receivers, really? Yeah. But at the same time, that's why you do the exercise, because my first thoughts are like, God, this, I look at picks all the time and I'm like, well, this sucks, or I hate this, and then you have to go do the exercise, and you go, okay, maybe that makes some sense, because otherwise, if we led by our impulses all the time, we'd all kill each other.
Oh yeah.
So are we gonna have a Matt Waldman T-shirt in the swag shop with his likeness on it, with his eyes up in the air, rolling in the back of his head? I think that might be a big seller for us.
Be a great seller.
I'll see if I can find a picture of me at 5 doing that. I think you would love that, with all the 70s wear that they're all wearing, and everyone's smiling.
The bell bottoms and the flannel top buttoned all the way up,
and me looking like Danny from The
long hair
Shining,
back then.
rolling my eyes.
Listen, it was a great show. It kicked off. I want to thank David Kaplan for coming on and joining us. Every year, we're going to have to keep this like Christmas Eve at the Atoshans. The same guests have to continue to come through the door. I want to thank my guy, Kenneth Davis of the Under Center podcast, for coming on the show. Big Steve Edwards, former Bear. And of course, our guy, Adam Rank, as well. It was a great show, a great time. It was almost like a community therapy session. And it's almost like that 8th grade dance where like all the boys are on one side and all of the girls on this side, and we're waiting for somebody to start to dance. That's where this fan base is. Yes! We're all on opposite sides of the room here. So we're going to wrap it up here tonight. We'll be back at it tomorrow. Let us know your thoughts. And
there's hope, guys. There's hope.
I hope there's hope.
Got the right people. I hope that is hope.
That's going to be the quote, the name of this show, Shane. We hope there's hope. We hope there's hope tomorrow that we get my guy Lacitus, Shane. Lacitus.
Can you parachute him in with a bunch of pizzas from Connecticut?
Yes.
Oh,
we're going to try.
That might sway the Chicago base.
I want to thank you, AB, and Chris Jackal. Just a great job tonight. And
Mr. Waldman,
4 hours and
Thank
38
you,
minutes of TTNL draft coverage. I know George McCaskey and Ted Phillips, they must be so ecstatic about the feelings that they're having. We'll see. We'll be back live tomorrow.
Right now.
We'll be back live tomorrow on the Tape Never Lies draft coverage. Yes, I am exhausted. I love you all. And we'll see what the Bears do tomorrow on this network.
What's up, everybody? This is NFL Network's Adam Ray.
This is Only Fruit.
This is Matt Waldman.
This is Chris Zork from your Chicago Bear.
I'm Deion Miller.
Dan Weeder.
Hey, man, it's Rashad Whitfield.
I'm Courtney Cronin.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. Listen to me. You want to learn football? Listen to my guys, Phil and Shane.
Shane and Phil.
Shane and Phil. Oh, Phil.
On the Tape Never Lies Network.
On the Tape Never Lies Network.
Tape Never Lies Network.
The Tape Never Lies Network.
Tape Never Lies Network, home of the greatest Chicago Bears fans on earth.